Thank you, Audrey.
Question,
Go ahead, George.
has the president received a copy of this communication?
Yes, she
Mr.
has.
Chair, Vice Chair Gamble, I received the same, when you all received the copy, I received it then, and I took that to Vice President Peters, who has shared it with the dean and the faculty and the program director in nursing, none of whom have received any complaints from this student, but they are reaching out to her, and Margaret will be looking into the issues that are set forth. And I, can't say too much about the details of the situation, but I do know that a lot of the program requirements and the way that grades, the 77 pass rate are things that are regulated by the Board of Nursing in New Mexico and also by the NIMNEC Association, which is the consortium of nursing educators in the state that is essentially led by UNM. It's the group that formed the BSN program. But we are reaching out and figuring out what the struggles are.
I recall a couple of years ago, now I'm not too good on the time. Maybe it was just as you came on board, Becky. We were having trouble achieving the NCLEX exam passage percentages and almost lost our accreditation as a result, and eventually got it back. Have we, where do we stand on that now? Are we doing better on that?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. Yes, our pass rates have gone up. They're regulated by a couple of different groups. The State Board of Nursing monitors them, and if they dip below, I can't remember if it's 80% or 80-something% for a couple of semesters, then they start monitoring you, and then you can lose your accreditation if you can't remediate that. We also did just have our ASIN visit, which is I can't remember what that whole thing, it's the National Nursing Accreditation Association, though. It was a very successful visit. They will give us their final recommendation when their board meets, but they're going to recommend that we meet all of the accreditation standards and everything. So I feel like we have turned some of those issues around. And I can even say too, from a lot of experience in working with nursing programs, this has happened to everybody. It's not an excuse, but it's very difficult for a program to control its pass rates. And so much of what they're judged on, as the student correctly pointed out, are those pass rates. And it's really hard to control them. And so, we try to do everything that we can to make sure that students are as prepared as they can be to sit for that exam.
Mm-hmm.
Any other, Audrey, comments from the public?
There are no other comments.
All right.
May I ask a question?
Any other board questions?
Yes. So,
Thank you.
Becky, will the board receive a response to the students' concerns? So will we be notified of how the students' concerns have been addressed?
Certainly, we can get that back to you. I can get you that information. I don't know if they've actually had a chance to visit. I'm sure someone has visited with the students, but as soon as we received the public comment, then they were looking into the matter. But yes, and if you want to, we can handle this several different ways, but yes, we will let you know what the substance of those questions was.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to comment, there were a couple of concerns that the student raised that for me are concerning for student retention, and in particular, the request for the student to receive feedback so that they can improve upon their work for the next time, right? So that's something that I think is extremely important, and I know faculty get this, but I'm really curious to find out how that's going to be remedied, and anything that we know to be good student practice for retention is going to be addressed, because I think what Ms. Roos has brought to our attention is really important, just to make sure that these things don't continue, or that if it's an isolated incident, that we could work on that. So thank you.
I agree completely.
Okay, thank you, Pierre. Any other comments, board, Jody? All right, if not, we'll move on to item 6 on our agenda, which is the President's report and presentations, beginning with the employees of the month.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For September, for the Pass It Forward Award, Sarah Hood from the library was nominated by Christopher Apodaca from the Fitness Education Center, and Maria Flores Torres and Maria Montañez Zubia from FAO were nominated by Edward Segura from OIT. And, you know, congratulations to all of these individuals. I know that they have shown extraordinary efforts, which is especially appreciated during our, unfortunately, still COVID-related circumstances, but this is very much deserved. And then the WOW-gram will be presented to Julia Duncan from Online Teaching and Learning, and she was nominated by the Firstborn program. So again, congratulations to Julia for a much deserved recognition. On to the, I'm sorry, sir.
A question, Becky. In the pre-COVID days, the winners of the employees of the month, you know, would get a coveted parking spot at the campus. And so I guess, you know, you could park anywhere you want right now at the campus, but is there any recognition that we give to the employees each month other than a certificate?
Well, we were doing a little social event every month to acknowledge all of the folks that had won these awards, which we're also not doing right now. And as you pointed out, the parking space is not really all that coveted a thing right now. I don't think that's much of an award. So yes, we will continue, hopefully very soon, to be able to do further recognition on campus.
Do they get a certificate?
Yes.
Or a letter from you?
Mhm.
All right. Okay.
I'm glad to hear there's some exploration of that. Maybe a meal at a local restaurant would be a possibility.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, on with the president's report.
Okay. Under our COVID section, I wanted to remind everyone that we are hosting the New Mexico Department of Health, they're providing COVID vaccines and also booster shots to the general public in the Hamas rooms every Thursday and Friday between 10 and 4. These seem to be very well attended, especially I think right now the booster shots. And I would like to express my thanks personally to Assistant Nursing Professor Janelle Moya, who has been the college's COVID-19 contact tracer for more than a year. She is stepping out of that role and returning to her full-time nursing position. But Janelle did a tremendous job under very stressful circumstances and was very thorough in her approach to contract tracing. So we are very grateful and thank her for those efforts.
I would say, Becky, that was has been well organized there at the college. Both Vicki and I have gotten our shots there, and organization was good. Lots of help for people coming in, where to go. The line's not too long. And I think most importantly for the college, it gives a lot of people an exposure to the college that may never have have been out there. So,
Right.
so that was nice as well.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I am sure that that is probably the case. I know, last week, I think it was on Thursday, I noticed the line was really long, and I know one of those days, or in those 2 days, HR told me that we'd given 1,300 boosters. So people are coming out, and that's a lot of people to assist, in a short period of time. And I'm glad to hear that you didn't have to wait very long, because when I saw the line one day, I thought, uh-oh, this is.
Yeah, that was the day of the fair. That was the Thursday that that the college had the outdoor.
Mhm. It was that day.
Forget what it was called, but the outdoor garden fair and so forth. And so some people were just going in to see if they could get a shot, I think, on a first come, first served basis. And that line went all the way out the door there for a while.
It did.
But the staff brought them chairs. Some of the elderly senior citizens brought chairs in for them to sit on, and eventually, as you say, everybody got vaccinated. But that was the only day that I saw, because both Vicki and I came on different days, and both instances there was never more than about 5 or 10 in line.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear that, because I was a little bit concerned about even people getting from the parking lot into the building. And so that's good that it's been fully functioning.
Right. Yeah, Dee and I went on Friday and got our shots, and it was smooth as can be, very well organized, and no line at all.
Great. Well, my hats off to our HR department and the New Mexico Department of Health for organizing that. We have become great partners in all of this over the last couple of years. And just to let you know, too, our COVID committee continues to meet at least once weekly, where we review all of the upcoming any kind of change in policy or regulation. And I do also want to mention a little bit of an update on what the process, the last bullet there says. We are implementing a vaccine mandate that will go into effect in January, and that will be for all faculty, staff, and students. We will get the documents out probably Monday. The union is reviewing the documents to see if there are any particular issues that we might need to work on. And then, we will go from there. But we've already had so many conversations with so many people involved, where everybody has kind of been in the process every step of the way. And we've pretty much taken from our partners that have already done this kind of activity, and move forward in that regard. I also had a good conversation with Board Member Pugh a couple of weeks ago, where we were talking about the policies at her workplace, and what we can even learn from those things. So I think we're ready. There's a lot of little complicated pieces that we've nailed down, and probably some things will continue to evolve. For example, we were talking about boosters. The booster element, we will need to continue to discuss in terms of whether or not at some point we have to require that, or kind of see what everyone is doing with that. So I fully expect that the rollout of this will be as smooth as we could hope for, but I'll keep you posted.
Excuse me, Becky.
Sure.
I see that Sierra is here now, and I just want to recognize her. I didn't see her picture, our student representative on the board. Are you there, Sierra?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, there you are. Good to see you.
It's good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I didn't see it at the start. I would have said hello, but thanks for joining us. Excuse me, Becky, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Under the Chess Collaborative, there have been established, finance, human resources, and technical work streams have been identified. Leads for the entire project that represent all of the campuses have been established, and they're meeting with their teams. Santa Fe Community College is very well represented in this work, so our input and expertise will be a big part of how systems are developed going forward, and we can make some improvements to how we've had to do some things that have been dependent upon our current ERP. And so there's training that's going on and the new Workday platform. We have had conversations with Luna Community College and Mesalands Community College. As you recall, the intent of Chess is designed so that other members can join, not at any time, because as we're implementing, there's a set group that's going in the phase 1, and we're kind of recruiting and building a phase 2. We know that San Juan College will be in that phase 2. And then we have reached out to other community colleges that said they were interested, but not quite sure what they were doing. And then we've also reached out to a couple of 4-year colleges that are considering this for either wave 2 or the next iteration. So we'll see with Mesalands and Luna. The first step for them would be to do the IT needs assessment. It's kind of a readiness type thing. And they're part of our, there's a little bit of funding in our legislative request to take care of that issue for them if we continue to go down this road with them. And then there's still continued backfilling for positions in areas where we've had to move employees to give them more time to work more fully on the ERP. It's kind of a delicate balance. Finance and HR are obviously feeling the brunt of this right now. And so I really want to commend HR, Nick and Luis, and Amy Pell especially, and Corey Bergen for what they're doing right now, because and also Yash Morimoto, who is on the success team. It's enormous. It is enormous. And so then you can see Laura has stayed on top of some press coverage there. Under student success and engagement.
Becky?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a question about chess.
Uh-huh.
Given the expansion of this ERP, presumably cybersecurity is a big issue, because all of a sudden there are presumably all our financial records would also be a part of that, and the other community colleges as well. So I'm just wondering about the cybersecurity, and presumably that would have to be something that would be in place immediately before anything opens up. And
That is correct.
yeah, and I think at some point when we come down to closer to the line of opening up things, maybe you would give us some kind of high-level report on cybersecurity, because that's certainly an issue I know across all kinds of institutions, and certainly among ours as well. So at some point.
It is, and I will say at this point that I don't think any of the colleges involved are going to stand up and say we are totally satisfied with our cybersecurity efforts. And we all have trouble finding personnel to maintain those efforts. So part of the direction and part of the advantage of Chess is that we will consolidate and systematize a lot of what we do for cybersecurity.
Right.
Especially good for smaller institutions who are always way behind on that for obvious reasons. But yes, and it is that is also something that is in the planning process right now. Corey Bergen from SFCC is very involved in that aspect of it. But yes, as we have something more tangible to report, we will be bringing you those kind of step by steps. But right now, the report is lots and lots of planning and lots of meeting.
Right, right. Thank you.
Sure. So as you'll note there, the President's Diversity Advisory Committee and I shared a statement on Indigenous Peoples Day, which was October the 11th, which was crafted by that group, and I really appreciate that. One of the things that I would like to propose, and this obviously would have to go through the official steps and channels, would be that Santa Fe Community College officially recognize Indigenous Peoples Day as part of our regular calendar. So we will get something to you to have that approved to go into effect for next year, if that would be possible. The Western New Mexico University was on our campus briefly last month, I think, or about 3 weeks ago. Dr. Shepard and I signed a memorandum of agreement so that we can start paving the way for our graduates to be able to transfer to Western New Mexico much more easily. They could transfer as online students and stay in Santa Fe, or they could take classes in Silver City. There's been some discussion of offering some local classes in Santa Fe, and we will see, where that goes. One other offshoot to this agreement is that Western New Mexico is paying for, and we Santa Fe Community College are hiring a transfer advisor who will work specifically on helping transfer students, not every student transferring to Western New Mexico, but helping students transfer in general so that they can have the appropriate information that they need about the school that they're selecting, and then be prepared to take exactly the classes that they need and not to lose any valuable courses that won't transfer. And I think that's going to be a nice partnership and add to what we're doing with Western. The Controlled Environment Agriculture Program's lead faculty member, Charlie Schultz, is continuing to make weekly deliveries of fresh produce to the campus covered food pantry, and also to any interested parties. And this has been made possible through support from our foundation and a couple of other charities. The Harvest Festival that Chair Sullivan mentioned a few minutes ago was celebrated a couple of weeks ago. We had high school dual credit students, other students, faculty, and staff from culinary arts, the greenhouse, arts, design, media arts, visual arts, that all came together, and the visual arts gallery, to produce this event. It was a lovely day, lots of really good food. And it was connected to the visual arts gallery faculty show that was also ongoing at the same time. So we had a really nice turnout, very COVID safe and everything. And so I think we know now that we can do some things like this and still remain safe. So I would say it was a very successful event. Our student resource coordinator, Jocelyn Hernandez Monsalvo, and Counselor Rosalie Lippert are offering an online parent support group for parents weekly in November, which is a really important thing for our students right now. 15 New Mexicans are on their way to careers in 3D printing, digital fabrication, and smart manufacturing after completing a program at the Higher Education Center that was financed through Ready New Mexico, which is a partnership with New Mexico Workforce Solutions. And this was done in conjunction with the Sarah Boisvert's program, the innovation collaboration. Now, one thing I do want to point out, this is what was really notable to me too about this program. It's fantastic instruction and opportunities for our students, but also it's really an important step that New Mexico Workforce Connections is funding non-credit programs through, through their application process. And that certainly gives our students a much wider range of opportunities for programs that they can access and not have to pay for, and that are connected to a really good job. The Santa Fe Literary Review celebrated their recent publication with a public reading online. This is created by the School of Liberal Arts and the Creative Writing Program. Really a top-notch production. There are paper copies available around campus, so if you haven't had a chance to look at it, it's really great. I also welcomed a cohort of 13 students in the EPA Environmental Technician Training. This was at the HEC. This was a program conducted by our instructor, Janet Curley, over there. The jobs that are attached to this 5-week certification are pretty impressive. So this is something that is going to be kind of a game changer for our students, because these are quite high-paying jobs. The Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing, that's what ASIN stands for right there, conducted a site visit earlier this month that was facilitated by Lucas Gonzalez, who is the Director of Nursing, Nursing Education and Allied Health, and Terry Tuert, who is the Dean for the School of Science, Health, Engineering, and Math and Fitness. This was, as I said, a very successful business, and the ASIN accreditation is really thorough and it's difficult. I have sweated this accreditation as much as institutional accreditations over the past, because they really do look very carefully at your curriculum and how things are running. And so I'm really pleased that it went really well.
Becky, perhaps given the comment by the one nursing student, and it would be, I think, appropriate if the board could have a high-level summary of this nursing accreditation group's report at some future meeting.
Oh, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, the only thing I need to verify is when we have the ability to release this to the public. So we turn in all that stuff in a self-study, and then they give us a report, which is in draft form until it goes before their official board, which has members on it from around the country. And they almost always certify what the team has recommended, but it's not an official thing until they do. And as soon as that happens, we will have a presentation to you on the highlights of that visit and just
Great.
some of the functioning of the program.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Under faculty and staff, SFCC was recognized for the presentation centering our student success agenda on racial equity at a national Achieving the Dream webinar. The Marketing and Public Relations Departments, Todd Lovato and Marcus Maez, made the presentation. The college was also recognized during the ATD Data Analytics Summit for leading the effort in institutional research, and was highlighted for its data reporting processes as one of the best practices to be emulated by other students. And Vice President of Strategy and Institutional Effectiveness, Yash Morimoto, moderated a conversation on anchoring a bold new access agenda during this summit. So very successful ATD conference at that time, and I'm very happy that we were able to be recognized and featured in this. It's really a well-respected group. The Visual Arts Gallery held an opening reception for its exhibit showcasing artwork by more than 35 arts, design, and media arts faculty and staff. The show continues through January 13th. It is a fantastic show, so if you have a chance to see it, I'd really encourage you. Gerard Martinez y Valencia is producer of a mini documentary film, a project that follows the creative process of a composition titled Remembering Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The Dallas Symphony performed the worldwide premiere of the performance. Creative writing faculty member Emily Stern is among the authors in the anthology Between Certain Death and a Possible Future, Queer Writing on Growing Up with the AIDS Crisis. And Emily is also organizing a World AIDS Day on campus that we'll have more to bring you on in our next meeting. Under the local and statewide bond projects, you can see here the Automotive Technology Center has been certified LEED Gold, which is quite a distinction for us and very much in keeping with Santa Fe Community College's sustainability agenda. In the learning space in the main campus, in the woodworking studio, the installation of the new dust collection system is scheduled for December after classes are over with. And I am looking forward to the day when I can report to you that that is completed and installed and we don't have to worry about it again for a while. And then some of the ceramic studio project is just about wrapped up. We're a little bit behind on the adult education project. This is flooring and carpet mostly, and it has to do with the supply chain and getting the materials on campus so that we can install those for the project. The parking lot projects they have gone well. One of them is the phase 2 project is completed, and the phase 3 operation has been started and it'll be forthcoming. In the Trades and Technology Center, we're working on window replacements and whole building HVAC. This is a group that's working on upgrading, changing the ventilation system in that building. This is something we've needed to do for a while and something that I would say COVID forced the issue on. So it's good that we're doing it. There is a second level renovation project that will be started in the FEC under life safety and design. A lot of this project, and this is for fire panels, fire replacement equipment. This will be funded largely through the GO bond process. The master plan team is incorporating their comments from the September governing board meeting and the local bond advisory committee, and the final draft, or what we hope is the final draft, will be submitted to the board in December. And so that there's still opportunity for updates and changes to that if that's the route that we need to go. The energy performance contract we're working along on that. We're having conversations with P&M right now in terms of the grid connection. And the rest, the roofing and renovations are going to begin again as soon as the materials are available. The greenhouse, we've received 2 responses to an RFP for construction services for the bug screen enclosure, the aquaponics blower system, cold storage, and the rain harvest catchment system. And then the planning efforts continue on the the building automation technology training center. And this is also a grant funded project. We continue to work with the Beam Technology folks to get that moving forward.
Quick question.
Sure.
Actually a comment on the roofing renovations and energy performance contract. Recently I learned about reflective paints that are being used on buildings that are extremely efficient. And I wonder if there could be some consideration of that in the roofing renovations. I don't know what those renovations include, but if there could be some inquiry to the roofing contractors regarding the highly reflective paints that are now being used. So just a comment.
Okay, and I will take that back, and Nick is here and heard that, and we'll check with the contractors. All I know is that it's that white, that really shiny white surface when they resurface the roof like that. So, I mean, I think that is reflective in itself, but that I've seen some things about that reflective paint too. It's quite interesting.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just real quick. Yes, when we have our roofing replaced, we have that white colored roofing material that is, I've come across information that shows that it is highly reflective and put in place to help with energy usage in buildings. So that's in place. We can get a little bit more detail later on.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, that's, it's called TPO. That's what most institutions use.
That's right. Continuing on to community engagement, U.S. Senator Martin Heinrich toured the TATC and talked to the faculty about clean air, clean energy, curriculum opportunities, and some of these programs. Then he toured the Automotive Technology Center and the electric car charging station, which he seemed very interested in. Human Resources has been hosting flu vaccines curbside. The library had a hybrid workshop with Miriam Sagan, which was well attended. The NPR has been getting out the word on our late starting classes. And then you can see there's several media coverages there from the New Mexican and other regional publications. And I think that the college has been well represented in the press, and I want to thank Todd Lovato and his team for really kind of keeping that relationship well tended to. It's really important. Under administration, SFCC has created an equity logo for addition to email signatures that links to the equity page. I want to note that Director of Assessment and Accreditation, Jill Carlson, is retiring this month, and I want to thank Jill for her longtime service to the college. She has helped us achieve stellar accreditations a few times and helped us get our assessment process back on track after our last HLC visit. So I really appreciate Jill's work and wish her the best in her retirement. Deyanira Contreras has become the new director of the Kids Campus. She is succeeding Michelle Rosen, who retired over the summer. Facilities and Operations and the Office of OIT have created a single sign-on solution for submitting work tickets. So that's, we're moving ahead on that. And there are a couple of other things that I just want to mention. The college has signed, is entering into a program, an agreement with what's called the Institute for Evidence-Based Change to start implementing a program called Caring Campus. And this is something, a program that looks at the best practices of our current faculty and staff. And so who is really having success in their current position and working with students. But the idea is to really enhance our student connection and enhance our student success efforts. So we will be assigned a coach and working with a coach that will work with staff from all around the campus, not just the most obvious places like student services, but a lot of different areas that have student interaction, even though it might not be on a really prescriptive level. And one other thing I want to note about the program is that I think it was 5 out of the last group of Aspen Prize winners were Caring Campus colleges where they had officially belonged to this program. So these really are, a lot of the initiatives that they put forward are really simple things like calling students, texting students multiple times, reaching out and connecting to them to find out what they need and where they are. A lot of the practices too that came out of a lot of the Georgia State innovations several years ago, but they're pretty tried and true methods. And these are all things that we have experimented with in different ways. And this program, I think, will help us to be able to really focus our efforts in a much more structured way. And so Tomasina Ortiz Gallegos will be our liaison with that group, and she and Yash Morimoto wrote the proposal to be accepted. So I'm pretty excited. We just have started talking with them, and I'll keep you updated on how all this goes. I created a task force last week that will focus on updating our placement testing policy, so that people who take the placement test aren't automatically, regardless of how close their test score is, sentenced to developmental education. Yash Morimoto is chairing that committee. It's a committee with faculty, some key student service figures, people from advising. I've asked for a recommendation and a report at the end of January so that we can implement this for the fall semester. And I think that, this is something that we've needed to do. And I think there's, there is consensus about that. It's making sure that we structure an organized plan and move forward with this. The next item that we're going to take on in this regard, and this is partly an offshoot of our Guided Pathways project, is I don't know if I want to say revamping is exactly the right word, but kind of our scheduling of courses. We use the software Ad Astra, as do numerous other colleges, but what we'd like is to get to the point where we have a set schedule that we can roll out, that would essentially be rolled out. It could be for a year in advance. Maybe we could even get to the point where it's 2 years in advance, instead of having a lot of changes that we have ongoing every semester. We need predictability for our students. We need students to be able to take all their classes in the morning if they want to, take all their classes on Tuesday, Thursday if they want to, but something that is more accommodating to especially part-time students that have a lot of competing needs, and it's hard enough for them to come to campus to take a class. So that work will be launching soon. We've been consulting with CNM on that project, and so we'll let you know how that is going. And then finally, I want to mention that the LFC is meeting, the Higher Education Subcommittee meeting is meeting early tomorrow morning. The focus of that conversation will be dual credit. There's a lot of conversation around how dual credit is funded and how it should be funded, but there's also there's a pretty strong push from the LFC to extend what we do for dual credit in what we call core classes or general education, the kinds of courses that are very widely transferable across institutions, across state lines, and that pretty much everybody has to take regardless of the degree program that they go into. So that is an initiative for Santa Fe Community College anyway, and then now we'll have LFC prodding us to do the same thing, and hopefully that will all come together. And with that, Mr. Chair, that is my lengthy report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any additional questions for Becky? George?
Just a comment, not a question. Of the variety of training that is going on at the college, those graduates, I hope their names and addresses are kept as part of the database of people who have been to the college and have completed a particular course, whether it's a 4-week training course or 2 years. We can keep track of that, but those people are important contacts for future recruiting students and all kinds of communication about the community college. So I hope those names are in there and we don't lose track of them. And also, by the way, that's also an important part of evaluation of how well did that training go for those people. So we train them to be X, Y, and Z. Are they working in X, Y, and Z, or are they now actors on Broadway?
Mr. Chair, you are, our Vice Chair, you are absolutely correct in that those students are, and we do keep track of them. In some ways, they might be kept track of a little better because they're part of a smaller and more contained subset of our students. Part of the requirement requires us to report on where students are working. So if students have gone to a particular training program, as you say, they want to know if they're employed in the field, how much money they're making, or whether they became an actor or something like that. That's, you know, when you work with what's essentially the Department of Labor, the job piece of it is critical. The other thing is that we assume that a lot of these students will need sort of instilling at some point. So especially the EPA students right now, they've gotten really good jobs. But you know, the technology changes, requirements change. So hopefully they will continue to be our students. You know, this is an ongoing relationship.
Right. Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, I just want to note that Board Member Siegel is on the phone now. I just received a text.
I wondered what that noise was. Okay. Okay, she's,
Hi, I'm here on the phone.
okay. Hello, phone.
Thank you.
All right, good to hear from you, Linda. All right, let's move along then to the enrollment and retention report from Messina.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, and SGA President Wagner. It's so good to be here with you all this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and jump right into it and share with you all some really good information regarding our fall 2021 student headcount is up about 4% compared to this time last fall semester. We are down slightly in credit hours, about 800 credit hours. You know, we still have a couple of classes that are starting a little bit later now after the 8 weeks that we have some room to grow there within these next couple of weeks. So we're looking forward to being able to see that number increase. I'm really excited though with this particular report to share with you all that we've actually seen an increase in our male population. And I think that's something that we've been sharing with you all, that there's been an overall decline in male student enrollment, and SFCC has seen an increase of 2%. Some folks may not think that that's too high, but it's actually rather significant for us at the community college as we continue to make great strides at reaching out to our students and really getting them enrolled, specifically for our male population. And I think a lot of this also has to do with our flexibility of our classes and some of our class schedule and offering multiple modalities that make it more feasible for this particular population who oftentimes are working full-time jobs, and attending an asynchronous class might make it more feasible for them. So we're interested in seeing this particular population continue to grow as well. I'm also really excited to share with you all that we've seen an increase of our returning students. I'm not sure if you all remember, but the last time that we spoke, we had a large number of returning students who stopped out. That's what a returning student is. They've been gone for a semester to 5 semesters, and now they're returning. And so we've seen an increase of our returning students. We've also seen a jump at our new student population, which is really good, as well as a continued increase of our out-of-state transfer students. So we're pretty excited to see that trend and these numbers continue to grow at our college. I'm sorry.
Just go back just a little bit. It's nice to see those increases. It's also, I guess, a concern to see the decrease in the high school students. That's about a 5% decrease.
So Messina, I'm happy to jump in and address Board Member Gamble's concern here. Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, Board Member Gamble, thank you very much for pointing that out. And I'm happy to articulate why there could be that drop regarding the high school population. So our dual credit students, this semester, we did hit over 800 enrolled dual credit students, which was great. And I was actually pleasantly surprised by that number. And let me tell you why. The reason for that is, and the reason we're probably seeing a lower number compared to where we were last year with the high school students, and again, not all high school students are dual credit students. Most of them are flagged as dual credit, but there are a small number that won't be dual credit for whatever reason. However, talking about cohort dual credit classes. So I've mentioned cohort dual credit classes before. Those are the classes that are taught on the high school campuses. So I was calling this year, it almost felt like we were having to rebuild some of our cohort classes. And the reason for that is from last fall semester 2020 to fall 2021, we lost 3 faculty who teach at the high schools and teach dual credit classes. And those are 3 of our most popular classes that dual credit students took. That was forensic science was one of those big classes. We had some film classes taught at Capitol High School, multiple sections. So that's where you would see that smaller decrease in numbers. It's going to be as a result of those classes not being able to bring those back because we just don't have faculty to teach those for this past semester. Now, we are most definitely working behind the scenes with our deans and associate deans and with our high school partners to try to see either if we can bring these particular classes back to the high school campus, or what other pathways and programs can we bring to our high school partners? Let's get creative here. And how can we even expand on the numbers regarding where they were last year? So believe it or not, I'm going to tell you, Board Member Gamble, even though we had that decrease, I actually thought it was going to be worse because again, we lost about 6 significant classes that made up over 100 enrolled students. So if we had those classes, we'd actually be at over 900 students right now, which would be one of the best years we've ever had. So I'm very happy to see where we are right now. And yes, this is an opportunity to continue to bring back those classes or be creative and bring new classes to our dual credit partners. Board Member Chair Sullivan.
Thank you for that, Marco.
Yes, thank you, Marcos. I greatly appreciate you sharing that information. And I think this is a really good time for us to go ahead and start talking about our spring 2022 registration. We're getting ready for that. It's going to start on November the 8th. And I'd like Marcos to continue his conversation on some of the points of what's happening in dual credit and recruitment efforts.
Thank you very much, Thomasina. Chair Sullivan, members of the board, and President Rowley. Very quickly, we're just really wanting to get that word out there to all of the students that we work with regarding signing up for spring 2022 and sign up early. As you can see here, these are some of the activities that the Office of Recruitment and Dual Credit are doing to make that happen. As you can see, we still have our Ticket to College events at our 2 largest high schools, Capitol and Santa Fe High School. Part of those workshops is letting these students know that it is time to, if you're graduating early in December, because there are some high school students who are graduating early, we're letting them know that now is the time to sign up for the spring semester, as well as our dual credit students, because although they're not matriculating yet to SFCC, this is still an opportunity for these students to enroll at SFCC, and it also helps our numbers as well, our overall enrollment numbers. You can also see that we have our weekly visits to Santa Fe High, Capitol High, and we've added a new school that we're visiting weekly, Tierra Encantada Charter High School. And that is a great school. We're very excited about that. And it's all about that consistency of being at these locations every single week. Sometimes our staff will talk to 1 or 2 students. Other times we'll speak to 20 students. And it's just all about being there and that consistency and letting the students know that we are there for them from here all the way to the end of the academic year. And I think that is going to help us significantly. You can also see that we are booking appointments with both traditional and non-traditional student populations. Our staff meet with students either virtually, by phone, or in person. We want to make sure that we're covering all bases and letting them know about registration for spring 2022 and beyond. Also informing our high school counselors of upcoming spring registration for their students so that they can sign up for classes. Again, dual credit makes up a number of our overall enrollment. And you can also see that our staff reaches out every single semester once we get close to registration to the Santa Fe County, City of Santa Fe HR folks so that they can then pass along the information to their employees regarding spring registration or to even book appointments directly with our staff. And you can also see that we follow up with prospective students via phone or email. We also do snail mail as well. And we provide them with important dates such as the upcoming spring registration. I'll say that again 3 more times, and our new student checklist. So Thomasina, if we can see the next slide. And then for our marketing initiatives, you can see that we're also preparing new digital campaigns focused on communicating with these specific groups. As I said earlier, recent or early high school graduates, those graduating in December. Also, looking at targeting people who are between the ages of 25 to 54, some with college credits, but no degree. Also looking at getting and reaching out to those stopouts, those past SFCC students who started, but for whatever reason did not continue. Now, how we're doing that is we're using various campaigns and we're employing a mix of digital channels, including, as you can see here, Facebook, Instagram, Spotify, Snapchat, YouTube. You can see we're also geo-targeting and geo-fencing. Now, these efforts will be supported by our ongoing community marketing efforts with, as you can see, TV ads on Effect TV and Sports Primo, radio ads on local stations such as KSWV, or VW, ESPN, KVAC, KVSF, and KSFR. You can also see we're still using print ads, using the Santa Fe New Mexican, the Pasatiempo, the Santa Fe Reporter, Round the Roundhouse, Greenfire Times, even Los Alamos Daily. And we still have outdoor banners and transit advertising. Our paid media is supplemented with our PR and communications efforts, which leads to positive media coverage of campus events and programs and the opportunity for our campus leaders to speak to the community through local radio shows and interviews. In addition to these efforts, we're also employing a robust direct communication campaign to students and prospects through email and text. So we are trying to reach every single segment that we possibly can to ensure that we have the most successful spring 2022 registration campaign possible. Chair Sullivan.
If there are no, go ahead.
Comment. I noticed that there are no carrier pigeons or robots in any of the outreach efforts. But I understand that.
Well, Vice Chair Gamble.
Crows.
I'm sorry, President Raleigh, I think I may have interrupted.
Nope, I just said I think we're gonna experiment with crows before we work with carrier pigeons, but go ahead.
I was going to mention, I think we retired the pigeons for a while, so I'm glad to hear that we're looking at crows. But with that, we wanted to take just a few minutes to also explain some information. Thank you, Marcos, for that very detailed information. We wanted to share a little bit of information regarding some retention information that I know that has been requested by the board. I think it's important for me to explain that our retention information is based off of the IPEDS cohort. IPEDS is the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. It's a process that all colleges need to report their statistics on their data collection information. And this is focusing on, and they require us to focus on first-time full-time degree-seeking students. So the information that you have, let's say here for fall 2016, is based off of the first-time full-time degree-seeking students from fall 2015, first-time full-time degree-seeking freshmen from fall 2015, excuse me. You'll see in 2016, we started at 53%. We graduated a little bit more to 64%. We gained another percentage point in 2018 to 65%. In 2019, you'll see that we got all the way up to 68%, which was an outstanding retention effort by all the things that we were doing at that time. And then you'll see that we dropped significantly to 53%, that 15%. When we take a look at by race, which is another category demographic that we need to report, it was pretty consistent across the board of 15% decline for our white students, Hispanic students, and Native American students. And again, you'll see that they were all rising pretty consistently throughout the years. And then again, in 2020 is when we had that major decline for our fall to fall retention rate. Member Quintana had asked for some retention initiatives as well as some systemic issues or issues that we were addressing and dealing with. I'm not going to read all of these, but some of the things that popped out to us as we were working through, not just because of COVID, we were already addressing some of our retention initiatives before COVID, but we really started to enhance a bit more because we needed to get creative on how to work with our students from a remote location, how to be able to provide services and really create that sense of belonging. A lot of us have talked about we are all online and different modalities through Teams and Zoom. We have had to train our students and get them comfortable with that format. We have become more flexible with some of our internal policies and procedures to really help manage our students and help them navigate through some of these very difficult at times in-person processes, much less online. So we wanted to make sure that we were really providing that sense of care for them as well. Nearly all of our documents, and again, this might seem like it's so small, but it's so critical and so large. Most of our documents have been converted to PDF, fillable format, with a click of the link of submit now instead of having to download, complete, upload, scan, print. So we removed some of those barriers for our students. We're really moving into and have been moving into more intentional outreach efforts by all offices as appropriate, as well as into a case management academic advising, holistic case management academic advising process. We have implemented a number of different softwares. These aren't the only ones, but this cannot be done in isolation. So this was a campus-wide effort, such as an online orientation or online transcript request and distribution software, online scholarship software information, online career services, online appointment system to where now students can just click a button and schedule an appointment with any office, student service office available at SFCC. Some of the systemic issues, and we identified these through a number of surveys that have occurred over the last couple of years. Food insecurity, as you all have heard at one point or another, was a major issue. The campus cupboard was developed out of that. We are still open. When we were closed for COVID, we were distributing food. We had food distributions here at campus and in other locations to really get to the student. Our goal is to meet the student where they're at and help take them to where they need and want to be. We, through some of our activities and events, we distributed food gift certificates. We had snack delivery throughout campus now to various locations, and we're not expecting students to come to us perhaps at the campus cupboard or through our student engagement office. Our mental health was another systemic issue. We're really developing methods of normalizing asking for help. We want to remove that stigma or that cultural barrier of participating with counseling services or support groups. And by doing so, we've implemented a student wellness center. We've had all these services before, but now we put them in one location to really help, again, address that holistic student. We're also offering telehealth counseling services, a chill room, and targeted support groups. These are being done in person and online, and at different hours as well. So I think it's very important for me to share that we've really expanded our hours of operation in order to provide some of these services. Transportation is a very large issue for a lot of our students. And while we haven't directly addressed the transportation issue, we've now been able to open up our services to where students don't have to travel to campus. They don't have to use their lunch hour to get all the way from downtown to main campus to fill out a form. We now have the form available online, and they can now do it in the luxury of their own home after hours, and they don't have to wait for someone to be there. If they need someone and they would like that guidance, we could definitely schedule something for them after hours. Financial needs is huge. We have expanded our FAFSA workshops. They're now in multiple languages. We've implemented a year-round scholarship application to where students only have to submit their application one time. They don't have to submit multiple applications for all the various scholarships that are available. We now have earlier award notifications, so students now know and can make a decision beforehand, way sooner before classes start, if they're going to be able to afford to attend college, and if not, what can they do or what do they need to do. We also implemented the Student Emergency Fund. Again, everything that they can do to apply online and receive their funding without having to come to campus. We've awarded over $3 million directly to students from the Federal CARES Act. We have applied and received several of their grants for scholarships for our undocumented students and post-traditional students who oftentimes may apply but may not be eligible for federal financial assistance. Technology. There has been so much that we have done with technology over this last year and a half, but what we wanted to make sure that we do is follow FERPA compliant communication tools and processes. This includes training for all of our faculty and staff on how to use the technology that is available through the Federal CARES Grant. Again, we've purchased several laptops and hotspots with live subscriptions so that every student had access to technology and to the internet. We, again, through the Federal CARES Grant, we created 9 hybrid classrooms with several more that are in progress. So faculty can teach from the classroom, offer class in person if necessary, and online, and be able to be present and available to all students regardless of their modality. We've, again, like I mentioned, implemented and trained students on how to use Teams and Zoom, along with all of the other software that we had available. It wasn't just a matter of implementing it. We've had sessions on how to help our faculty and students learn how to use these tools. One of the greatest, for me personally, is a sense of belonging and really creating a caring campus, and how can we create a better sense of belonging to our students. I'll admit, transitioning to online 100% was difficult in maintaining a relationship with anyone, much less with a brand new student who we had never met before. So we wanted to be very intentional with how we did this. And I'm very proud of our college because one of the things that we did in the process was permitting students to select their preferred name. And that was huge for a lot of our students. We support it in our system, and now we are supporting it within our processes. And that really creates a greater sense for several of our students who identify other than by a name other than what their legal name is. We are supporting online and in-person activities. So if a student may not be able to be on campus to partake in one of our contests, they can submit their information online, again, in the comfort of their own home. We've strengthened our onboarding process. We are more proactive now with outreaching to our students who may have considered and applied but weren't sure. So now we're reaching out to them before they reach out to us. We're being proactive and welcoming them to our campus and really answering the questions that they may not even known to have asked. Again, targeted outreach within all of our specific areas. We are personalizing, handwriting thank you notes to our students for any great task that they do, or just motivating them to get through the semester, or thanking them just primarily for applying to our institution and giving them a personalized contact if they would like to come in and meet with or visit with via Zoom or talk to on the phone with any one of our enrollment specialists. This semester, we started a peer-to-peer mentoring program, and it has been a huge success. And connecting a peer to one of our students, our peers alone are super excited and have a caseload of about 180, 190 students each, and these are new students. And connecting them and helping them navigate through their first semesters has been very successful thus far. We're doing a lot of culturally relative activities such as First Gen, Hispanic Heritage Month, and so on. And those events and activities we could have easily stepped away from, but we had to be creative on how we could provide a lot of these recognition days and really, again, keep our students connected to their own being, to their own self, as well as to the institution. We've provided the support groups and chill rooms, and we deliver a weekly email blast with important dates, messages, and announcements to our students. There's a lot more that we can do, and a lot that our team is really thinking about, and a lot that we're really building holistically across campus. and working with our faculty and others on what this is and on what some of these issues are and how we can address them. But we're also really excited to be working with the Caring Campus Initiative and really seeing how we can strengthen what we've done and what we might be missing and how we can fill the gaps along the way. Again, these are just a few of the highlighted points, and we can go into more detail at another time, but we thought we'd share that with you this time around. And I stand for any questions and or suggestions. And again, we really do appreciate your time and letting us share this information with you all.
Thank you, Thomasina. Tell me, please, what is an enrollment specialist and how many of enrollment specialists do we have?
Thank you for that question, Chair Sullivan. We have right now 2 enrollment specialists who work with, primarily they were looking at helping just with in-person registration. And as we transition to offering multiple modalities, they really help our students with all of the onboarding and setting up their username and password. We work very closely with our OIT colleagues as well in case a student didn't really know which direction to go or how to do that process, or if there's a challenge, we work directly with them as well. But our enrollment specialists help the students get acclimated to what it means to be a student at SFCC for the first couple of weeks. Get their AccuPlacer test scheduled, remind them of transcripts that need to be submitted to the college. They really help prep our students for a very healthy, well-rounded academic advisement session. And then once the students can schedule an appointment with a professional academic advisor, and the hope is that they would have already met with or visited with an enrollment specialist beforehand. So that way, once the academic advisor is with the student and the academic advisor can talk about their career goals, career exploration, pathway for their academic program, courses of schedule, maybe some of their goals outside of the classroom, or what some of the responsibilities might be as to whether or not they could be a full-time or a part-time student. And then they go into a little bit more detail about making sure that they apply for financial assistance and helping them navigate through that process as well.
Then, okay, so my understanding is that enrollment specialists don't do advising. How many professional academic advisors do we have?
At current, Chair Sullivan, we have 6 professional academic advisors and 1 director of academic advising. So 7 in total who can work directly and do work directly with our students for academic degree completion.
So faculty also do advising, do they not?
We have several awesome faculty academic advisors, and it really varies dependent upon the academic program. Most of our students will start with a professional academic advisor. Again, those professional academic advisors are centralized within several of our academic units. So they work directly with those professional, with the faculty advisors, who can then work with our professional advisors and let them know when it would be appropriate for the student to transition into a faculty advisement next step.
It seems from what I've learned over the years that where we lose most of the students, or where they get misdirected, is in the advising portion of their experience with the college. What is, in 25 words or less, what is holistic advising?
I don't know if I could do it justice in 25 words or less, but as a professional academic advisor myself, a holistic academic advisor really works with the whole student, understanding, having that connectedness with the student, understanding what the student's professional and career goals are, understanding what the responsibilities the student has outside of the classroom, understanding what the degree path is that the student would like to take, and then understanding what the responsibilities will be to really help that student fulfill their responsibilities and be accountable for their responsibilities. Working with the student, not just at the beginning, at the end of the semester, but throughout the semester, and doing a check-in, making sure midterms are going well, making sure the person is doing well, And if not, being able to identify resources and services for that student. We are at SFCC really working hard at enhancing our case management, academic advising. And what that means is we are really helping our students navigate from the point of admissions all the way through the point of graduation and beyond. And what we mean by that is really helping and making sure that they're connected to our community and our workforce community, and helping them find placement of work, or ensuring that they have their documents, their resumes, their interview skills, their elevator speech, if you will, prepared if they are in a current position and they're looking for enhancement as well. So we're looking overall at the student, where they're at, where they want to be, and how can we help them fulfill what's in between.
Okay, so my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the enrollment specialists are full-time enrollment specialists. Is that correct? They're not faculty.
You are correct, Chair Sullivan.
Okay, and how many, okay, and we have, you said 9 of them, is that correct?
No, sir, we have 2 enrollment specialists who work with the
Oh,
onboarding.
I meant, okay, correction. I meant the academic advisors.
We have 6 full-time professional academic advisors and 1 director of academic advising.
And they are not faculty.
They are not.
Okay, and then how many faculty do we have who also perform advising functions?
Chair Sullivan, at this time, I don't have a total number. I know that there are a number of faculty within every academic unit, but I don't know what the overall number is across campus. But every academic unit has faculty members identified to assist with the academic advising.
So would 20 or 30 be a good estimate?
I believe that that would be probably safe on the surface, but I know that there's a lot of there's a lot of faculty who are advising, and I'd have to go through and really work with each one of those academic units. I can get that number for you, definitely.
If I may, I would just, this is Margaret, if I may, I would just add that really all of our faculty are in a position to advise students and to work closely with students, and in fact, they do. We have our department leadership folks chairs who do probably a higher volume of advising with students, but all of our faculty are in a position to advise students, whether it's at the course level or whether it's at the program level.
Thank you, VP.
I can see that is pretty logical, that that's perhaps the first place a student or a parent would go to find out about the course or a program. I'm wondering what kind of training faculty receive to do this. It's one thing to be a faculty in a specialty of mathematics or science or English or languages. It's another thing, as you say, to know how to be an academic advisor, where your interest may not just be in mathematics or English or foreign languages, but it may turn out that your interest is really in a different area once you explain what your goals are. So my question is how much advising, how much training does our faculty receive in doing this?
Chair Sullivan, we have had advisor training a number of times in the past. That is something that we should rotate around, fairly frequently. And so that's something that we need to look at kind of rolling up and doing again soon. But it's not been that long ago. I'd have to look to be able to tell you that we went through an advisor training process for faculty.
So perhaps once a year, twice a year?
We have not done it probably in the last calendar year. But again, I'd have to check to be able to give you the details on that.
Okay, I just hope we can put some emphasis on that. and there may be faculty who don't want to do advising,
That's absolutely correct.
and quite frankly, I'm fine with that.
Yes.
If that's not in your, in your modality, then don't do it. And spend your extra hours in some other campus service function. But I'm really, I think we have the high levels of, well structured, whether it's the enrollment specialists or the professional academic advisors. But between those two, that's only 8 people, and we have 6,000 students. So 6,000 students who are on the career path, give or take. So I'm really wondering that we're either putting too much onto the faculty, and that we need more advisors. And I understand at the one point there was a philosophical discussion: should the advisors be stationed in each department, or should they be in one central location? And I guess the decision was that they're centralized in the departments. But I'm still wondering. It seems that our weak link here is at that last point where we're relying on these many faculty to provide this service, and in so many cases it's a one-time shot. I mean, they sit down and they talk with the faculty, and there's either a coming together of the minds or not, and you either have taken advantage of that opportunity in that moment, or you've lost it. So that's my concern. And again, I'm not putting any blame on the faculty. I'm saying that perhaps the structure is overweighted. We have this big advising structure, and 30 or 40, maybe more of it is faculty, and 8 of it is professional advisors. And I just wonder if that's working or not.
Chair Sullivan, if I may just add quickly, in our advising model, we do certainly have 4,000 currently enrolled students. And of those, the focus really is on our students who are degree seeking. Not that we don't provide services for our other students, but our degree seeking students are assigned a professional academic advisor based off of their pathway. So every academic advisor oversees a certain academic pathway, and it's those academic advisors who work directly with faculty in conjunction and really work collaboratively to help the student complete their degree pathway. Our other students, such as our dual credit students, work directly with Marcos and his team in fulfilling the dual credit course requirements. And then our other students who are perhaps auditing a class or are non-degree seeking, they receive services as well. And those primarily students, most of the time, are self-advising. They select courses on their own and register on their own, but they also work with our enrollment specialists in the sense of assistance for registration, not so much so a degree pathway, but they want to take a yoga class and they call and they receive a service from enrollment specialists, and that's how we get them registered. And our registration team as well really assists them with that. So when we're looking at our degree seeking students, that's about 2,400 students, and a normal caseload for any professional academic advisor is about 300 to 400 students, and that's right where we're averaging right now with our professional advisors who we have available. We are looking at where the gaps might be. In fact, we're having those strong conversations and seeing where we can really fulfill those responsibilities or those gaps. But every student is assigned a professional advisor, and right now we just implemented our U Achieve degree audit system, where every person, faculty, professional advisor, every member has access to it, and they can help the student, again, in a holistic manner at that moment that they're working with the student, but that tool will also help in the facilitation of the advisement session. I hear your concern, and it's something that we are seriously considering, but we're very happy and pleased to know that every degree-seeking student is being assigned a professional advisor.
Well, just to finish this up, and we need to move on, but even whether it's 4,000 credit students or 2,400 degree-seeking students, think of it this way. Let's say that's 400 students per academic advisor, as you say. That means in a 40-hour week, which we don't necessarily have, but in a 40-hour week, that they would have to be advising 10 students every hour. That would be one student every 6 minutes. Now, obviously, not all students require advising at every minute, but I just think that pyramid is way inverted here. That something is not working in advising, and we can always throw more personnel or more money at the problem, but I'm certainly open to more, let's call it holistic solutions than dumping it on the faculty. And many faculty, I think, enjoy doing that, and it's a part of their joy of teaching, is their interaction with the students. But on the other hand, when they get to a point that they can't, they've gone as far as they can go, then you need that immediate connection with the advisor. And by immediate, I mean within that same hour. And if that's not available, you've lost that student or that potential student, in my opinion. So whatever can be done in that, I think we're a little short in advising and have been for a long time. So it's not an issue that just is COVID related. But I appreciate your detail on the retention issues. Are there other questions from the board for Thomasina or Marcos?
Yes, Chair Sullivan, I have just a comment. Thomasina, thank you so much. I know this is something that I have asked for, and it's very important to me, and I appreciate you sharing what you all are doing, because I think it highlights a lot of the work that's happening in student success that we don't often get to hear about. And so thank you for sharing that. And then I'm gonna kind of piggyback on Jack. I know that NACADA has a standard, right? There's a certain number of advisees that advisors should be carrying in terms of caseload. Do you know what that number is? I think I heard you say that we're around that currently at 300 or 400. Is that consistent with what NACADA recommends?
Thank you, Member Quintana. It is. It's right at 400, and our advisors right now are just under 380 based off of how some of the other students have broken out into some faculty assignments and what have you. But we're right at that.
And for the other board members who don't know, that NACADA is the National Academic Advising Association that does a lot of work around models for advising. So if it's like a hybrid where you have faculty and professional advisors, or you just have strictly professional advisors, there are different ways that they recommend you roll them out on your campuses. And I know at one point we were very involved with NACADA. I don't know how involved we currently are, but they do provide guidance in terms of how many advisees each advisor should have in a given year. So I do hear your concerns, Jack, and I think it sounds like we're right within that. But if we want to increase enrollment, we have to think longer term about what does that mean for professional advising at Santa Fe Community College, and the current staffing is not going to be adequate. And so if our goal is to increase enrollment, my concern would be that we wouldn't be ready for those students because we wouldn't have the staffing in place. So
thank you, Member Quintana. We are very involved still with NACADA, just to let you know, and we are always looking for and looking at not just where we're at today, but where do we want to be in the next 5-10 years. And so we appreciate those thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks again. the other question I had was around the peer advising. You had mentioned that you're seeing success with that already. Can you share a bit more about what that success looks like? Is it the number of students turning out to meet with those mentors, or can you say more about what you mean when you say that it's been very successful so far?
Thank you, Member Quintana. Yes, these are peer mentors, not peer advisors, and we were very careful to not call them as such, so as not to confuse them with the professional advisors. Our peer mentors were assigned new students, new to SFCC, regardless of whether they were transfer in or brand new to college. We have 3 right now. They are very diverse. They have a caseload of about 180 students. And I mean success in the sense of they've already made a connection to their students. We are not hosting any on-site sessions. We have had a few Zoom sessions, but most of our contacts have been one-to-one via telephone, one-to-one via email. They send weekly emails out. They get trained a week before, 2 weeks before on something that might be happening on campus. For example, our telehealth counseling. Our counselors came in, visited with our peer mentors, talked to them and trained them about signs to look for, barriers to have, concerns, who to outreach to, what the next steps might be if they have a student in distress or concerns. So they've been very thoroughly trained all the way around. But this particular session was to let them know about other services that were available. Then they, because they've already made a connection, will reach out to their students and say, hey, I'm Tomasina, your peer mentor, just want to let you know this is something that's available. You may want to look into it. Success has been that those students have either received the services or resources or have responded back. That is a success because it's a connection. They've responded back. Thank you for the information. I may or may not need it, but how do I get my financial aid? Or how do I connect with the bookstore to make a payment? Or how do I reach my advisors? So they're there as a resource, again, to help the student navigate, and they have the tools, again, like the way we're doing now, and they connect the student immediately or have this face-to-face conversation. We've identified some students who have not been responsive, but it doesn't mean that we've stopped contacting or calling. There's different ways that we're going about it now. We're hoping before the end of this semester to have a session or 2 available for them in person, depending on what happens with COVID. We want to be very safe, but they have seen their face. They host office hours after our regular 5 o'clock hour, and they just really are present for our students. And so it's been successful in the sense that they've made multiple contacts.
Thank you. And those are all the questions I have, Jack.
Hi, this is Linda. I have a comment.
Go ahead. We lost you.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. So I'm really impressed with all of these activities that we're now doing.
You're fading, Linda.
Okay, how's that? Any better?
That's much better.
Okay. So I was saying I'm really impressed with everything we're doing, and from the years. Am I still on?
You're coming in and out.
Okay, I will. I'll wait till I get home, and I'll talk to you later.
Okay, well, we did get the gist of your comment that you're impressed with all the initiatives, the enrollment.
I do understand what our wellness services are.
Okay. Yeah, we'll wait till you get back home, okay? Don't distract yourself while you're driving. Other questions on enrollment or retention? If not, we're a little bit behind here. Let's move on to continuing education and contract training report.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Chairman Sullivan, board members, President Raleigh. I see I'm getting ready to share my screen here, so let me do that. Can you see this? It's just the materials that I gave you for in your board packet.
You don't see it yet, but.
You don't see it yet. Okay, well, Mason's helping me. I know he's a superstar. Here, let me push this. Thank you. Sorry, this is my maiden voyage. And I'm not making a very good impression, I'm sorry to tell you. Okay, Mason, I'm clicking, but it's not clicking. Let's see this. No. Here, let's see if this works. I might need some training. Does that show now?
That shows.
Yay. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me. Chairman Sullivan, board members, President Raleigh. I'm going to talk to you for a few minutes about contract training, or in particular, customized professional development. And I'll also talk to you a little bit about micro-credentials and third-party vendors that we use in our training offerings. And then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. First of all, during these 2 years of the pandemic, contract training is doing great, which is impressive and surprising. We've had about a 60% increase in our revenue during these last 2 years. Until the 2020, basically since 2015, we were at about $500,000 annually, just up and down a little. So, and I think what happened is, first of all, our program directors are highly innovative, they're very nimble, and they're able to create new curriculum quickly, which they did right at the beginning of the pandemic. And they also were able to move classes from in-person to online and live webinar format. So as a result of that, we trained about 3,500 students in FY21. We have two main programs that make up about 60% of our current contract training revenue. One of them is the Energy Smart Academy with Amanda Hatherley as director. And her programs are very closely linked with industry. She has an accrediting body, the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, and we go through an accreditation process with them once every 2 years so they can make sure that we're maintaining rigor. Also, Amanda is a go-to person with the U.S. Department of Energy and also the New Mexico Department of Energy and Minerals. So they routinely ask her to help create new curriculum or offer new classes in an innovative way. I've put the link to her website at the bottom of this slide. If you want to see all the classes that she offers, you can see them there. The other thing that's about to happen to this program is it is about to explode in growth, provided the Congress can pass the legislation in front of it right now. So currently this program nationwide is about $350 million a year, and it is expected to be in the billions of dollars a year if Congress passes the first infrastructure bill. So that will mean a lot more business coming our way. The next program of our nationally recognized programs, if I can, whoops, here we go. The environmental health and safety programs that Janet Curley operates. Again, it's a national program. Janet is well respected across industry at the EPA and at the national level. And one of the things Janet did just before the pandemic is she secured a 5-year, $1 million contract to train LANL employees. So we are just starting the 2nd year of that contract. She's doing it in partnership with an organization called the National Partnership for Environmental Technical Education. She does online classes with LANL employees, and in addition, she goes and delivers classes in person every other week. Also, because of Janet's ability in converting classes to webinar format and making them truly interactive. She's been asked to consult with some of the training programs at the other federal lab sites in the US. So for instance, at Oak Ridge. And then we've done a lot of safety training the last couple of years. Unfortunately, some of our governmental agencies in the state have had some pretty serious safety incidents. And so Janet has been called in to help address those problems and get people trained. And I think President Raleigh talked quite a bit already about the EPA job training program. We are one of 2 colleges in the US that got one of these grants. The others are all governmental organizations that are not affiliated with colleges. And we've actually, ours was the first cohort to graduate nationally this last week. We also found out, in addition to these good jobs that these folks are going to be able to go into, FEMA has already contacted us to let us know they would be happy to hire every employee or every student of that program if the students are willing to travel for a job. So the quality is there and jobs are available. Another thing that we did at the very beginning of the pandemic, which again is I think why our revenues went up so much, Janet and Amanda pooled their talent, their knowledge of the industries and of regulatory issues, and they created this COVID workplace safety class. So this is one of the very first classes available in the country to train people both to work safely in person, but also to go into customers' homes. So for people that have to do repair work and so on. And so we trained 2,500 students ourselves. But in addition, this program got licensed by NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, and they paid Santa Fe Community College a $100,000 licensing fee. And then they offered this training nationwide as well. And they converted the curriculum to Spanish. So we were also able to help Spanish-speaking people.
Well,
This was also one of the first programs where we started using our micro-credentialing program. And I'll talk about that with you a little bit more in just a couple of minutes. And then also, President Raleigh talked a little bit about this 3D printing boot camp that we are in the midst of right now. Sarah found out through working with employers in the state, there are currently now and within the next 3 years, there will be 1,000 jobs available in 3D printing. So this is definitely cutting edge, and our students will be ready to go to work immediately. There's places like, for instance, the Albuquerque VA Hospital has a national pilot program for 3D printed medical devices. So there's a lot of activity in the state. And now I'll talk to you about micro-credentials for a minute. So what is a micro-credential? It's a mini credential that is based on specific skills. Credential requirements are based on the curriculum that is developed, learning activities, outcomes, and assessment. It is competency-based, and the learner has to successfully demonstrate skills to earn a micro-credential. Also, a lot of times the term micro-credential and digital badge, those terms seem to be used a lot interchangeably, but really the micro-credential is the bundle of skills, and the digital badge is the digital representation that then a person can click on one of these badges, and then you see the underlying skill set that the student had to earn. The other thing about these is that the student is in control of disseminating the information about their success. So they can put it in resumes, they can put it on their LinkedIn page, they can put it on Facebook. Their employer can hold the information in their employee files. And it's an easier way for students to communicate what their skill set is. And at Santa Fe Community College, in both our continuing education and contract training units, we use third-party vendors, which are companies that have designed quality online training. And this really helps us fill gaps in things that our college doesn't offer, so that when people call and ask for certain kinds of training, we can help them get it. Last year, we had a big growth in this program. We had 369 students take this training. And what happens is we at the college market the classes, we register students, we collect the payments. It may be that an employer pays or an individual pays, and we can set up purchase orders with companies and so on, just and invoice them the normal way that we work with companies. And then we earn 25 to 50% of the fee for the work that we do to get students into these classes. Also, students can earn industry certifications or certificates of completion for these classes as well. The final skill set of programs that we're working on right now are some of the sort of what this is sort of what people really think of as contract training. Most colleges start with this sort of curriculum and work very closely with their local employers. Santa Fe Community College is different because we had these two national programs that have really taken off over the years. And as a result of that, less time and attention has been focused on these kind of other sorts of skill sets that the local community needs. So really for the last 3 years, this is what I've really been focusing on to try and get some of these kinds of trainings going. We do have a lot of activity with the county, the city, New Mexico government. So this is where I think we're going to have a fair amount of growth in the coming years. And finally, here's a little bit of summary information. I do have a little bit of information about continuing education here too, because these are the two parts of our department. Combined in fiscal year 21, we had over 5,000 total registrations, and this is after cancellations, and almost $1.1 million in revenue. The other thing that I want you to know about continuing education and contract training is that we pay for ourselves. So we have earned enough revenue in these programs to pay all the expenses of our program. So we pay the instructors, we pay for curriculum development, we've paid for materials, and we pay all of our staff and benefits. And in the last 2 years, we've also had excess revenue of almost $200,000 that we've been able to return back to the college. So far for this fiscal year, we're a third of the way through, and so far we have earned $413,000, and we are on track with all the work I have in the pipeline. We should be able to earn at least $1.1 million by the end of this fiscal year, and again, we hope to completely pay for ourselves. So there's lots of opportunity, and I'm very happy to answer your questions. And thank you so much for letting me have time to talk to you about this.
All right, thank you very much. Questions? Comments?
Yeah, Chairman, I have a question. This is Jody. I think these are fabulous. I love the whole micro-credentialing kind of activities. I do have a couple questions. Do we count these students in our enrollment numbers, or how do we account for these students?
Board Member Pugh, I can start with that question. Yash may want to jump in and correct me where I misspeak. So they do not count in our regular enrollment, but what we're working on is a crosswalk to where very often these programs really are sort of a spinoff, or they have connection to a regular academic program. So what we want is standardized pathways statewide to where you could take Janet Curley's EPA training, and if you decided you wanted to work on a regular degree, what you have taken there would be transferred in a systematic way to credit, so that we could, either transfer it as credit for prior learning and make that a common practice.
Oh, okay. That helps me understand. I probably have taken some of these with my regular work. My one other question would be, are we looking at IT and cyber micro-credentials at all?
Right now, those programs are offered through our third-party vendors. We are exploring the opportunity to work with another vendor in Nebraska. So what we are doing right now is an analysis to see what kind of jobs are open. So when we set up new programs, we really try to see if there's jobs in demand or is an employer willing to pay. And, we want people to get training that they can use in a current job or in a future job. So that's, but right now, yes, we have some of that training available through our third-party vendors.
Oh, okay. Because I went and looked at your micro credentials, and I didn't really see any on cybersecurity or IT. But I'll
They're not. Excuse me. I'm sorry. They're
Okay.
not offered through Santa Fe Community College at this point as a micro credential that we specifically are offering. But for instance, they can get IBM certification or Hewlett Packard or other certifications from these third-party vendors. So they don't have the SFCC logo on them.
Oh, okay. Do we advertise them on our website? How do they know about?
We do advertise them on our website. So on the continuing education webpage, there's a link to the Ed2Go classes. And in addition, we've started advertising the You Got classes in our printed catalog and also on the Lumens website.
All right. Thank you. Thank you
Sure.
very much.
All right, other questions? George?
Yes, an extremely impressive range of continuing ed and micro-credentialing classes, just amazing. I don't know how we do it, how you do it.
Thank you.
One of the questions I have is, I hear you say in a number of those cases, you talk about a national program. And one of the questions that comes up in my mind is, the community college is organized, its mission is New Mexico focused. Now, all of a sudden, we have programs that are national in scope, and presumably we are training people from outside New Mexico. I'm not sure that's a bad thing, because of a variety of reasons. People could get interested in New Mexico who are not now in New Mexico through these programs. Or, yeah, we could just gain a reputation as being a well-respected training institution. Do you have any sense of numbers? What percentage of students in all the programs, let's say in the last year, were living outside of New Mexico?
Thank you for that question, Vice Chairman Gamble. I'm going to, let me just go back here to my slides for a minute, and I'm going to go to this one right here. So Santa Fe Community College has developed curriculum specifically for New Mexico students. The students that are in Albuquerque who are doing weatherization, or in Santa Fe or any place across the state, have to learn these skills.
Right.
And we have developed these skills based on this IREC accreditation. So therefore, the accreditation that you need in New Mexico is the same as you need in Massachusetts or Minnesota or wherever. So once these classes have gone online, it has opened up the opportunity for us to easily train students in other states because the curriculum is the same across the industry.
Right.
And so what that has allowed us to do is really make sure our New Mexico students are trained, but in addition, it helps us import additional financial resources to help build new curriculum to help our students in New Mexico, who then are part of a national training network, and then we get to help other students.
Right.
So it's been really interesting when we have this online opportunity, that how we can expand our market.
Right. Yes.
And as far as the percentage, so it depends on what kind of classes. So for a lot of Amanda's classes, she has a large percentage of students from out of state. And they're close in out of state. So we have lots of people in Colorado, for instance, and a lot of people in Texas. So we're sort of pretty well concentrated in the Southwest. But then the other thing that happened during the pandemic is some of these in-person training facilities had to go offline. So for instance, Arizona closed its training center, and Oregon closed its training center, and folks in California needed training. So what happened is they contacted us, and Amanda was then able to help them get the online programs going when the in-person couldn't happen.
Right. Yes.
Now, the other thing interesting about this program, in addition to this IREC accreditation, it also has national energy standards for these jobs. And so again, Amanda has built all of that into this curriculum so that the Department of Energy can also recommend our programs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very impressive. Again, one other question regarding these third-party vendors.
Mm-hmm.
How do you begin to assess whether or not this any third-party vendor is an appropriate, legitimate vendor for students that we would be involved with? You know, they could be safe cracking, or, you know, whatever kind of activity. And how do you assess that?
So when I came here, we already had a relationship with Ed2Go, which is owned by Cengage. So this is one of a handful of national companies that is well regarded within the industry, within the continuing education and contract training industry. And every student is given the opportunity to answer an evaluation after they complete their classes. So I was highly skeptical of these classes when I first came to work at the college. I was like, I don't know. How do we know? And so what I did is I really did some research. You can go in and see all the different student comments over time about instructors, curriculum, method of delivery. And so it's based on the student population assessing. And the same is true with the UGOT classes, which are offered by the Professional Training Association of Continuing Education and Contract Training Professionals in North America. Again, we really need to rely on the students' assessments, and we talk to employers to find out, did they get the skill that they needed? Are you an employer who is paying the bill? Are you happy? So those are the ways that we have to assess.
Okay, great. Again, very impressive range of activities that between the contract training and the continuing ed that you are doing. And
Thank
you're
you.
Chris, right?
I am Chris. I didn't put my camera on because
Okay,
I
thought you were Chris. You
I am. I'm right here. I'm over here.
You sounded like a Chris.
Thank you. And by the way, we're getting to do classes over here at the Higher Education Center. It is fantastic. And so I thank you for building this beautiful facility, and it's really provided a very interesting mix of students. So when you have the EPA boot camp in one room and the 3D printing boot camp in the other room, and they're starting to interact a little bit, it's been very fascinating.
Great, thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much. Okay, Linda, you had a comment, but it got enveloped in your automobile.
Yeah, well, I'll just move on to this presentation. So thank you, Chris. I think this is incredible, the work that you all have done over the last few years to grow the quote continuing education piece. I'm curious if we keep any data on how many of the people who go to these classes that are oriented to jobs in New Mexico, do we have any data on how many actually get jobs, or is that too much?
We don't really track that data right now because unfortunately the higher education department tracks credit data, but not non-credit data. So part of this work with getting classes put onto WIOA, part of the work with Sarah's class and Janet's class right now is that we have to be responsible for the early tracking of this. So they are charging us now with trying to keep track quarterly of the students who went through a program. Are they employed? Are they employed in that job? And what kind of money are they earning? So it's another interesting dilemma that we need to figure out how to solve. We do though do the workforce development report every year, so that at least gathers all the information of New Mexicans that took professional development through Santa Fe Community College.
Wow.
And that report this year is gigantic. It's we just turned it in about 2 weeks ago, and it's the biggest report we've ever turned in. We had the most training for New Mexicans since 2014 or beyond.
Well,
That's great. So these what were they called? Micro certificates?
Micro credentials.
Credentials. Do any of them translate, or can they be translatable to academic credit? Is there a reason? I'm sure I know the reason why people would just as soon do this rather than register and have to go to specific academic classes, but do any of them, is there any of them that can become academic?
Board Member Siegel, thank you for that question. I hope you can still see the screen. I just pulled up one of the digital badges that's being offered in the trades and technology area. And so this is for algae. And this is starting to track with their credit program. So one of the things is you'll see here that they have to take a class on the credit side before they can get this digital badge.
Oh.
And then they have these specific skills that they have to prove that they can do, in this case, for lab safety, basic measurements and safety in the lab. And this particular digital badge was created by our biofuels department, by the Algae Technology Education Consortium, which is a nonprofit industry group, using Department of Energy training skills criteria. And University of Phoenix was involved in the early stages of this. And this is recognized by the biofuels industry. So if a student has this credential, they know they've been through these programs. And this is just the one of several credentials that are offered in the algae area. So we're starting kind of baby steps to move into working with credit, but this group is the pioneer at this moment at the college.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. If there are no further questions, let's go on
Chairman?
to, whoops.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask one more question, please? Thank you. Yeah, I went and looked at the credentials, and I have seen that IBM actually has some credentials, and I don't know that they're the same as the third-party ones that you're doing, that they actually are getting some college credit for. So there might be potential there. But my question is, I went and looked at some of the credentials, and then you list jobs, various, I guess, open jobs that are in those areas that the credential covers. How often are those jobs updated?
This information is provided by the vendor that we use for digital badging, which is called Credly Acclaim. They are probably the biggest digital badging platform in the country. And they do work with Canvas, so they are both academic focused and, for instance, industry focused, IBM. And so my understanding is that that's pulled on updated data that is available regularly. So I did put a hot link in here from your, on your materials. So is this where you were looking,
Yes.
Board Member Pugh? Yeah.
Yeah, I went to
So-
the hot.
So this is interesting because what this does, this is what, if an employer clicks on this, this is what they see that their potential employee has learned, but also it's good for the students because these skills are related to job openings. And in addition, you can find job openings by the state of New Mexico. So depending on what state you live in, if you live in New Mexico, you can find out what jobs are open by looking here. This one I picked out, there's already jobs open right now, but this is an interesting and powerful tool that can really help people who are very focused on trying to earn skills to earn a better job.
Chair Sullivan,
It's good. Thank you.
Okay, Pierre?
thank you. Hi, Chris. Thanks for this great presentation. I do have a question. I think you mentioned it briefly, but is it the case that you have employers who are actively recruiting students out of the contract training programs? And can you say more? It sounded like Amanda's program and Janet's program have that link to employers saying we want your students. And then some of these others are more open source where it's really the student's responsibility to connect themselves to a job. Is that the case? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's pretty much it because, we have such volume for how many of us there are, but we are trying to work more closely with New Mexico Workforce Solutions and New Mexico Workforce Connections to try and embed some of this job seeking activity into our trainings. So we routinely work with them to do resume development, interviewing skills, things like that to get ready to move out of these programs. And I also am working right now with Santa Fe County. Santa Fe County has contacted us to see if we could put together fiber optic technician training.
Okay.
And the reason why is because they're expecting, first of all, a lot of federal money to come for expanding broadband. Also, the broadband in northern New Mexico is not very good, so we need a lot more. And they have a combination of people who work, for instance, as electricians, but now they want to learn more skills. And then ReadyNet and some of the Pueblos and others are interested in training people because those are the areas where they expect the greatest amount of broadband activity to happen early in the new year. So in that case, we are very specifically working, for instance, with Kelly Cable and others to say, what specifically do you need so you can hire folks immediately after they come out of this class?
Okay.
And we're literally in the middle of that right now. So I think this is a trend that's going to be more, that we're going to do more and more of.
Okay. And I'm just thinking of like C&M Ingenuity, how when they're offering like their boot camps and the different programs that they have a link to employers who are saying this is what we need. And it seems to be, I mean, it's, as you know from the two programs you have, it's a very successful model. And I think would be easier to track employment trends. Because then you can have that, working directly with the employers to see what students are actually gaining employment once they leave the contract training programs.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, great work. This is wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments? If not, thank you very much. Let's move on to agenda item 7 and begin with the faculty senate report. Is Kate around?
I'm here.
Hello, Kate.
Hi there, everyone. Greetings, board members, Dr. Rowley, and colleagues. Now, I was hearing some background noise at the end of Chris's statement there. I hope you're all able to hear me okay, and if not, please just speak up. So I apologize. I can't be certain this hasn't been mentioned already, but I did want to begin by acknowledging the loss of our dear colleague, Dr. John Ledoux, former associate professor of Spanish here at SFCC. John passed on Thursday, October 19th at the age of 51. He earned his BA and MA from UNM and his PhD from Arizona State. And he served 19 years here at SFCC teaching Spanish and leading student trips in Mexico. He retired in 2019 following his diagnosis of ALS, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease. He's the father to 2 amazing kids and husband to wonderful wife, Raina. John was a compassionate, inspired teacher and colleague, and those of us who worked with him will miss him very much. There will be a memorial mass this Friday at 1 p.m. at Holy Cross Catholic Church in Santa Cruz. My apologies if this was also mentioned, but there is now the John Paul Ledoux Memorial Presidential Title V Endowed Scholarship for Hispanic and or low-income students, which was established in John's honor. Every dollar raised is matched 1-to-1. As you know, Professional Development Day took place on Friday the 22nd. Varied departmental efforts meant that folks worked on different things depending on which focuses their departments are looking at right now. We'll hear more about those projects at Faculty Senate next time. As an example for you all, the English department focused on program review discussions, curricular matters, and finalizing textbook options to offer lower cost or free textbooks to our students. An empowering and departmentally driven professional development day model this was, to be sure, but we hope next time to be more intentional about encouraging and facilitating and empowering adjunct participation. As you know, assessment and program review are underway for many departments, the latter of which is a consuming and complex process, one in which we learn quite a big deal about our departments. Let's see here, the Barnes & Noble textbook software is in place now, as many of you know, and just from a faculty's perspective, I want to report on that to you all. Certainly faculty are getting used to systems and folks at different schools are at different places, but the reps have been helpful, I can say, from personal experience. The systems are reasonably easy to use, at least from my perspective, and we're hopeful that future semesters' processes will be even easier than they were this semester, but we're hopeful about this change, and we've managed to find most of what we're looking for through Barnes & Noble. Let's see here. I wanted to let you all know that the Santa Fe Literary Review annual reading and reception took place on Thursday of last week. It was our second such Zoom event with 60 attendees from around the world. That issue featured an interview with Kirsten Valdez-Quaid, who is the author of The Five Wounds, this recent book published by Norton. Well, faculty continue to have questions about returning to campus, which we have shared with Dr. Rowley. We frequently do. Those concern everything from vaccine requirements to COVID reporting to booster shot access and relate to the general context of teaching life on campus and what that will look like when we return. It'll surely be forever changed. Last on my list here is the upcoming Faculty Senate meeting where we'll be hosting board members Gamble and Sullivan. We're sure eager to talk with you, and I wanted to let you know that questions are now available on the shared document that I provided in the meeting invitation. If you have trouble locating that, I'm happy to send it over to you. You can expect to answer questions about the financial emergency and what we've learned since that was ended. We'll also be asking you, I suspect, about student skills in New Mexico and the push to streamline developmental education with the prospect of limiting certain developmental prerequisites, or in any case, developing models that will work for our students while continuing to serve them as we are now. And in general, we'll be asking most likely about the work of you, the board members, and what drives you to do the important work that you do. Well, that about wraps up my report. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Kate?
Good afternoon. Chairman,
Chairman,
I have a question. Yeah. Thanks. Kate, yeah, when I read through the faculty Senate report, you talked in there about a program review of your academic program review committee. Is that okay? I just want to make sure you can hear me and I'm talking the right thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I was trying to understand in that, did you were supposed to do the program review of the program last year, and is it scheduled for this year? And if it is, what kind of metrics are you developing to do that self-assessment by?
Well, I certainly can't answer that question for every department, but I will do my darndest. What I know about program review is that it's cyclical depending on the department. So different departments have different program reviews due. So I understand there was a delay from COVID related events, but not every school has to do every department has to do their own program review at a set time. So the cycle is usually 5 years or 6 years. I think the next one is going to be 5 years and then 6 years. So there's a handful of schools doing it right now, but not everyone has to do it. My understanding is that we're not significantly delayed, but right now a lot of humanities classes are doing program review. I don't know the exact schedule, but as for metrics with assessment, my understanding is that many departments are using rubrics. I guess I don't understand quite the nature of that second part of your question, if you wanted to add a little more detail.
Oh, okay. Well, and I think you've made me realize it's bigger than just our school, but it's obviously a self-assessment of our own program. And I was wondering, what metrics we use to assess ourselves by. But I can see that other people are jumping in, so it's a much bigger thing. So thank you.
No, I think those are important questions. What we're using is the software called we're using software for our assessments called Improve, and then when it comes to the program review, we're using a document that Jill helped create, a living document. It's less about, I think it is self-assessing the schools, but it's also reflecting on the work that's been done and examining what could be done better, but also I think acknowledging how much has changed in the 5 years. So it's really a way, yes, for a department to assess itself, but also I think a way to acknowledge the work that's been done and set milestones.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Josh, did you want to add to that?
Oh, yes, just a quick overview. So per our HLC accreditation guidelines, all programs are required to go through a cyclical self-assessment to ensure that the program is continuing to perform at a high quality, that it's meeting the students' needs, the community's needs. So all of our academic programs go through a 5-year cycle. So it used to be 4. We took a 1-year hiatus during the pandemic. All the questions are standard questions, but ask questions like, how are you improving students' learning outcomes? What are you assessing in terms of students' successes? Ensuring that there is an appropriate representation from a perspective of equity, financial stability of the programs, graduation numbers, transfer numbers, all those things. And so this semester is when usually each academic program goes and reviews their own individual academic program. In the spring, they complete the self-assessment and produces a report that will be shared to the college. And in the past, we've done some presentation to the board about some of these presentations as well. So we'll be happy to bring that forward.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember those presentations from the past. They were quite useful, me at least, to allow me to learn about what that particular school did and what their priorities were and what their challenges were. That would be useful. Other questions or comments for Kate? If not, thank you, Kate. Let's move on to the Staff Senate report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairman Sullivan, Vice Chair Gamble, President Rowley, members of the board. We have a lot going on in Staff Senate these days. This coming Friday, our Staff Senate, we are inviting our sponsor, Nick Tejas, to update the group on the agree obtainment that we have been working on, just to kind of give us an update on where that stands and whatever updates he has from that perspective. We're also discussing a kindness exchange proposal amongst staff. This is kind of a revisit of what we've done in the past, ever since COVID kind of hit, that connectivity between employees. We don't want to see just completely go away. So we're bringing this exchange back, a COVID-safe exchange where people can bring in small gifts, have a place that people can pick up those gifts for each other, just to have some connectivity, which I guess kind of leads into my next point of what we're also focusing on, which is just that reviving a sense of community here at SFCC. You know, since the pandemic, things changed so drastically, so quickly that we want everybody to be comfortable and understand that we can get back to where we used to be by still being in communication with each other, not just with virtual meetings or emails or having agendas or deadlines, but more that personal touch and getting back to what we can be, which is knowing each other a little bit more on a personal level, understanding each other a little bit better when it comes to deadlines and whatnot. So those are our main focuses for Staff Senate. We have a few other things in the pot that we're working on, but as far as what we've been discussing as of late, that is where we are. So thank you for your time today. Megan, unless you have anything else, we stand for any questions.
We did have a group of Staff Senate members meet to talk about ideas for encouraging enrollment. And we have another meeting scheduled for next week. So we hope to have some robust input for you for your November 11th meeting. Thank you.
Great. November 10th.
November 10th. Thank you.
Good. We're looking forward to that. Any comments and ideas that the faculty senate has as well for that work session. Student government report. Sarah, are you still with us?
Hi there. Yes, I am still here.
Okay.
Thank you. It's good seeing everyone. And Chair Sullivan, members of the board, and President Rowley, thank you for having me. I will be going over our October report for student government. So starting off in October, we're closing up our Hispanic Heritage Month. Our peer mentors are working on a video that will be coming out soon. Student government and student activities sponsored food on campus for Taco Tuesday that happened on October 5th. It was a great turnout. We were able to serve over 150 students and over 40 employees. We had tents and music in the courtyard available, and it was all COVID-safe seating, which was great. We did receive a lot of positive feedback, and everybody seemed to enjoy themselves. A couple quotes we had were, "It's great to be on campus. It's good to see other people. It's so much fun to have an event on campus." So we're happy to receive that feedback from our students. A couple other things that we had going on during the month of October. Midterms, we were able to give out 100 $5 Starbucks gift cards and 100 snack bags to students on campus. We did this with a total of $1,120, and that came from student government and student activities. We are going to be hosting a drive up trick or treat event. That's going to happen this Friday, October 29th. It's going to be from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And it's going to be a drive up only trick or treat event in the West Wing. The first 50 students are going to receive a small pumpkin that they can decorate. And we're going to have open submissions. If they submit back to it, they will receive a $5 gift card. We were also going to be handing out to the first 150 students one candy bag and a $10 Walmart gift card. We are also going to give the first 150 children that come with the students, they're going to receive a small toy and a candy bag. And so moving on to November, what we have going on so far for that is going to be November 8th, student government and student activities is in collaboration with TRIO, and they're working on the First Gen and Proud event. We're also celebrating Veterans Day on November 11th, and we are working on an event for Indigenous People Month throughout the month of November. The event date is still to be determined. We are also going to be doing a Thanksgiving giveaway and food drive, and that will be scheduled November 23rd. And that just about concludes my report, and I now stand for questions if you have any.
Questions for the on the student government report for comments? I don't see any, Sarah, so I guess you did it right.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We'll move now to item 8, which is the consent agenda. I have one small correction on the meeting minutes, so we'll move those to the next item, which is the action on items removed. So that leaves us now with the first reading of policy of the final, reading of policy 1-31, governing board financial oversight. Laura, are you there? Don't see Laura. Yes,
Yes,
there's-
I'm here. Good afternoon. My camera's acting funky. I don't know why. Sorry about that. Yes, so we are asking for this to be on the consent agenda. This is policy 1-31, board financial oversight. You may recall that at our last meeting, we were asked to make only one simple change, which was to add the definition of unrestricted current funds. It's highlighted in your packet. And that was the only change that was made from the last board meeting, so we request approval. Are there any questions?
Laura, wasn't the change made to give it a different title? It went from unrestricted funds to some other title.
Actually, yes, under policy process, you'll know, and Nick, you can jump in here if you'd like, but under policy process, we had inadvertently put the language of instruction in general, so that's under policy process L, cash reserves, which was the only copy that you all reviewed. Number 3, we had inadvertently put instruction in general, and we changed that to unrestricted current funds and then added the definition. Am I missing something? Where's my?
You got it. You got it, Laura.
Okay.
Okay. So unrestricted funds now is, tell us what, it seemed to me a little bit broader than it was before, a little bit more comprehensive than it was before.
Nick, do you want to take that?
Sure. Can you hear me?
That's
Yes.
fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, so we decided to expand some of the funds that we have in terms of how we report to HED. And so ultimately, instruction in general is one element of the current funds. And so the current funds really in our budget reporting and our financial reporting, our current funds are made up of instruction in general, student social and cultural, public service, internal service, student financial aid, and auxiliary activities. And so all of those elements together make up current funds.
And before, you had just specified them as ING funds.
That's correct.
So that broadens it now. And then the reserve is, what's the percentage again?
It is going to be equal to 25% of the average of the prior 2 years unrestricted current funds.
Okay, and that's those 5 categories that you just mentioned.
That's right. We'll take the total of that, of all of those elements for 2 years and identify the average, and then make sure that we have in the cash reserve 25% of that, of the average.
And
It'll be a little bit of a calculation, but
and what in
you know,
dollar amounts does that amount to as of right now?
Let me see here. Amy, Tilly, do you happen to have that number? how much that would equate right now? Amy, you there?
I don't see Amy Tilley on the list of participants, Nick.
Oh.
I know
Okay,
we-
maybe she's.
We were shooting for something in the order of 8 million, so we could pay payroll for a couple of months. Is that still operative?
I think it'll be higher if you include all of these current funds. So we'll have to look at the prior 2 years average of the current funds to identify exactly how much cash we will need. But if I can just repeat the question for Amy, the question is how much would we have to have in our cash reserves under this new policy? If you take into consideration the prior 2 years average of current funds. I know you have that number somewhere. And Amy is listening in, so hopefully she'll be able to grab that real quick.
Or maybe not so quick.
She's typing. She tells me 1 moment, please.
Okay.
So,
It'll be a fast typer.
yeah. Any other questions on this policy that you've come up with? I mean, it's pretty straightforward, and the good news is we will have the cash to immediately meet the policy. The reason why we didn't do this in the past was because we never knew if we would be able to, meet the policy requirement with the amount of cash we currently had. And so it's nice that the timing is right.
So what happens if we don't have the cash to meet the policy? Do we have it?
Well, we will have it this year, and we will have to maintain that into perpetuity. So hopefully future boards would never reduce that reserve requirement.
I guess George's question is, what if dire circumstances, another COVID or whatever, requires us to dip into the reserves?
Right.
Is that allowable?
Yes, I think that the board is, that's the statutory charge of the board to manage the finances of the college. So that would be in play, but having this policy would hopefully give a lot of weight to making sure that would be a very rare situation.
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I could just kind of add to that too. So, I mean, if we had something catastrophic, I mean, the essentially the charge is that we have to keep our budget aligned so that we can maintain that kind of reserve. So
right.
if for some reason we had an exceptional loss or reduction in revenue, then we would have to have a matching reduction in expense so that we can maintain that. So it's on us to present to you a budget which maintains that ratio.
But presumably, again, exceptional circumstances, there may come a time when we can't do that, that we would be unable to maintain, to cut our expenses to maintain that cash reserve. And then we would simply recognize that the policy is there for guidelines for us to certainly attempt to follow, but sometimes we may not be able to do it.
We'd have to do the best we could if that
Right.
that circumstance.
That is true, but again, Mr. Chair, I think that that would hopefully be a very rare, like very, very rare occurrence because, ultimately what this really is it's 25% of expenditures, which really equates to 3 months. 3 months is a 25% of 12 months, right? So it's really just having 3 months of expenses in reserve. So, I mean, it's not even that. While it might look like a lot of money, our college is pretty large and it really only covers 3 months. And so Amy was able to get back to me and approximately $10 million would be the number that we would have to transfer into the cash reserve fund now. And as we look at the financial report, I believe we have close to $12 million currently.
Okay. All right, then, are there any other questions on the final reading for policy 131? This is just an amendment to the policy. It's not a new policy, it's an amendment to one paragraph of the policy. If not, open for a motion, please.
I move that we approve this policy.
I second it.
Moved and seconded, further discussion? If not, those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you.
Anytime. Let's move on to item 9, which is items removed from the consent agenda, which is just the meeting minutes. Audrey, are you with us? Mason, can Audrey hear us?
Chair Sullivan, I am here.
Okay, I knew you were there because you're taking minutes. But, okay, if you would just turn to page 14 on the minutes and go down to the paragraph that's bullet number 4.
Okay?
You got it?
Yes.
Okay. Go down several lines and the word linear is Linear, linear.
Okay, thank you.
You got it?
Yes, I got it.
So with that correction, we'll entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of September 22nd.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, that takes care of that. Before we move on to additional action items, let us take a 5-minute break. If we could all come back in about 5 minutes, and we'll move forward with agenda item 10. So don't go far. Okay, let's see if we have everybody. Let's see, George and Linda's on the list.
I'm here, Jack.
Pierre's there. Linda's here. So, and what about Sarah? She's still here.
I'm back.
Okay, Jody, thank you. Sarah, are you back? Maybe not yet. Okay, let's move forward. Perhaps Sarah will be back in just a minute or two. We're now on item 10, which are our action items. The first being the approval of our September 2021 financials. Mr. Tejas.
Okay, I think my camera's on. Let's see here.
I don't see you yet. There you go.
Okay, and if Mason could give me the ability to share, that would be good. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, President Rowley. We have the report for the end of September for this fiscal year. And in the report, we see that job growth was pretty weak from August to September. It was a bit surprising. I think there was a lot more expectations for more improvement in, jobs and job growth for the U.S. economy. And so the U.S. Department of Labor reported that at the end of September, we had about 194,000 jobs. I think they were anticipating about 500,000. And so that was a little unfortunate, but still headed in the right direction. And you can compare that with almost 1 million jobs being added in July and about almost 900,000 in June. And so it's down a bit from that trend, but again, still headed in the right direction. Even with the low job increase in jobs in the United States, the U.S. unemployment rate decreased from 5.2% to 4.8%, and so that's a good trend there. And at the end of September, the U.S. still needs to add back 3.1 million jobs to get back to pre-pandemic levels. So a lot of improvement there because back at the onset of the pandemic, we were down 20 million jobs, which was an enormous number, obviously. At the end of September, we saw the price of oil, WTI price of oil, increase from about $70 per barrel to $75.73 in September. And so that's pretty high in terms of the price per oil. So that will help the state budget quite a bit. The most recent information on the NMDWS website showed that unemployment in New Mexico went down from 7.6 to 7.2% in August. They had the most recent numbers were relative to, the information provided in August of this year. And at the end of August, we had about 69,000 people unemployed in New Mexico, and that's down from over 72,000 in July. Again, another good metric of things heading in the right direction, although unemployment in New Mexico is a bit high still. In Santa Fe County, we had Um, July 2021 unemployment rate of 7.2%, compared to 5.9 in August. So that has come down quite substantially for the county. And obviously that's really good news for us in Santa Fe. So moving on, we saw that the operating bank account had a cash balance of 19.7 million. This September, and the prior year we had 11 million in the operating bank account. And so that's a year-to-year cash increase of 8.6 million. Tuition and fees revenue were up by 5%, totaling 2.7 million. That's increased 141,000 to the prior year. State appropriations revenue totaled 2.8 million and has increased 2%, a little over $50,000 to the prior year. Mill levy revenues totaled 324,000 this September, and you can compare that to 209 last year. That's an increase of 116,000 over the year. And again, on mill levy, we don't get the large infusion until December, January, February, and so we're still waiting for that. And just so relieved with the approval of that cash reserve amendment to the financial policies of the governing board, because in theory, we should never see the valley of death ever again at SFCC, and we had to deal with that for several years, going back 4 or 5 years ago. So that's a huge relief there. We should not have a cash shortage problem. We should have enough cash flow for the college, and that shouldn't be an issue, for the foreseeable future. Other revenues were very small. We had almost 70,000 this year, compared to a little over 32,000 last year. And that's an increase of 37,000, but in the larger scheme of things, that's a very small number. ING revenues were up by about 348,000 and totaled almost 6 million, and that's compared to 5.5 million last year. And total ING expenses were down 771,000 this year, down 11%, totaling 6 million to the prior year. And if you look at compensation was slightly down by 1%. That's down $52,000 over the year at the end of September, and totaled $5 million this year. Supplies, expense, equipment, utilities down 718,000, and that's down 41% over the year. And that's really just due to a timing issue of booking our internal services accounting. So with that, any questions on the MD&A?
Yes, Nick.
Yeah.
Go back up a little bit. Okay, there's good. The year-to-year cash increase of 8.6 million, and then you detailed below that a number of increases, but those increases in no way reach 8.6 million.
Yeah, they're really not correlated. So the year
help us with that.
Yeah, the year-to-year increase is going to really be on how last fiscal year ended, and so the carryover, basically the ending balance from last year compared to the start of this year. That closeout, we had some additional cash available at the end of FY21. So that's really going to be the biggest portion of that cash increase there.
Okay. But we don't have that listed here, do we? We don't know how much that was.
No, and we can, I can try to walk you through on the financial report where we might see that number
Okay.
actually. Yeah. But it's really the carryover from last year where, we had reduced expenses and, and how revenues ended up. It provided a bit of a larger ending, what we call fund balance as
Right.
the FY21 closed out. So that stays in our operating bank account, right?
Right. Okay, that's good.
Okay, so moving on, I'll just skip through some of this detail here. Moving on to the financial report, again, taking a look at the cash and bank, you can see the year-over-year comparisons. I mentioned some of these numbers. Operating account had 19.7 million at the end of this September compared to that number that's a little bit over 11 million last year. You can still see the cash that is available for the reserve account in the amount of a little over $306,000. That's a reserve cash account that we were required to have in place for those bonds that we have outstanding. And 2018 bond proceeds, that's about $3.5 million there. Last year it was 7.5 million, and so we've spent down a lot of those available proceeds to complete facilities projects there. This year we have NMFA bond proceeds of $3.2 million for the energy performance contract, and last year we had a total of 5.4 million. So you can see that we spent down a little over $2 million for the NMFA bond and energy performance contract project, and then our debt service account has grown a little bit compared to last year and totals almost $2 million this year. So moving to the ING detail here. Again, you can see the difference there in tuition and fees. Our revenues are up at 2.7 million and up by 5%. And so that's headed in the right direction for us. We have a lot of growth to achieve to get to pre-pandemic levels, obviously, for tuition and fee revenue. State appropriations just up 2% at 2.8 million compared to 2.7 last year. And you can see the numbers for local appropriation. Again, we haven't received much of those annual revenues yet. And so let me see here. If you go down to expenditures, you can see the total expenditures this year of 5.9, almost $6 million in expenses compared to 6.7 million last year. And so maybe this isn't the best number to look at, but ultimately in the prior year, so you see that column that's colored in brown. There's the line item at the very end that says ending fund balance. So that's the ending, basically net worth or available equity cash that would be available in terms of revenues generated for last fiscal year, added on to the beginning balance, which basically total out to be an available amount of 10.9 million for last year at September. And then you deduct all of the expenditures. So you basically deduct 6.7 million, and then you deduct out the transfers to get to the ending fund balance of 3.8 million. So that balance, even though these are September numbers, that balance carries over to this year. So when you look at June 30th, and when we review the audited financials once they're approved by the state auditor, we'll see that ending fund balance for last fiscal year in ING, and we'll see the total amount of funds that were available that rolled over in the closeout of last fiscal year into this fiscal year, and help to generate that $8 million in cash. Hopefully that will, you'll see that once we have the ending, audited financials from last fiscal year. So I hope that kind of gives a little bit of a preliminary idea of how it all shakes out. But ultimately, that $8 million or over $8 million increase in cash is going to be primarily related to the closeout of last fiscal year.
Right.
Again, we're just in the midst of we have to submit our audit report by November 1st, in a few days. And, then the state auditor takes a look at that. They go through their process of evaluating it, and then they usually release those reports so that we can talk about them publicly after in January or soon thereafter. And so we'll see that closeout number, which should line up in a lot of ways with the amount of cash that we have in our operating account. So with that, you can see that if you look at total compensation, we're basically about flat compared to last year. Last year, at the end of September, we had $3.8 million in total compensation, and this year we have 3.7 million, and those numbers are pretty flat, and that is inclusive of the pay increase that we had to implement for this year, and so you see those numbers there. And then on the expenses, we have total expenses of really 1.7 million last year to $1 million this year, but it's that difference there, that 41% is going to be really the timing of when we actually book our internal services expenses. So that's just a bit of an accounting issue there. So those numbers should line up to be, fairly equivalent from year to year. Any questions on ING? Okay. If you take a look at public service, at the end of September, public service looks good overall. We see that we have about over $13,000 and close to $14,000 at the conference center in terms of net gain. We have net gain at Kids Campus, which is very good to see, of a little over $53,000. Our firstborn program, we receive those revenues from the state under the Research and Public Service project, our PSP project for firstborn. The state appropriates to SFCC about $130,000, and those funds are used for supporting compensation in our firstborn program. At the Higher Ed Center, you see that we have about $94,344 of net gain there, and that's basically all of the New Mexico Highlands lease agreement, and so that makes up those revenues there.
And how about the contract training? Isn't there some contract training that also goes on there?
Not in public service.
Okay.
Yeah, we book all of those contract training revenues into tuition and fee.
Okay.
Under their own line item. Yeah, so they're in the ING financial report. And so, yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening there. And yeah, I commend Chris and her team on the contract training efforts, that funding and that's an area of growth for the college from the financial perspective.
Right.
And it's a real bright spot in looking at identifying new streams of revenue to the college. And so, that can help the college out in a lot of ways overall financially. Okay, any other questions on public service?
I have a question, Nick. I have two questions,
Sure.
actually. Can you speak to the increase at Kids Campus? Do you have a sense of how that came to be?
I think that, we have some additional funding from the state. And so I really think that is a big part of it. As we all know, the state has identified and prioritized funding for early child care. And I think that's, what's helping us out there at this point. Now, it's still early in the fiscal year, so we just have to monitor that. I think at mid-year we'll know a little bit more about those financials are going to shake out. But I do know that they've received more grant money there in terms of funding from CYFD and I think even the early childhood education department.
Great.
I think. I don't know if Margaret or someone else might have some other insight into that.
You've got it right, Nick. That's exactly what I would say. I think it has to do with the increased funding that we've had because of the focus on education, early childhood education in particular.
Great.
Yeah, I would add too that, we've done a lot of good work with really paying attention to the expenses over there and gotten our arms around that in a lot of ways. So I think those efforts, and then it's probably more a result of the funding from the state, but also really understanding our expenses over there and trying to just watch over those really, really closely.
Great. And then my other question, and I don't see it here, and I don't think it would necessarily show up here, but is it the case that we give space to organizations across campus that they're not being charged for? So, like, for example, is Workforce Solutions or Workforce Connections still on campus? And is that considered a public service? And if so, how does that fit in with our budget, or I don't know how to frame that. Do you know what I'm talking about? And then we have office space also, like for STEM Santa Fe. So can you speak to that a bit and how that works whenever we're giving space?
Yeah, usually all of our space is when we charge for the space, it is captured under the conference center. So those revenues are there. But we do have, I think, some agreements with other groups that help support our students. So like Workforce Solutions, we partnered with them to be able to, help our students out in a lot of ways with job opportunities and things like that. And so I don't believe we had a lease agreement. It was kind of a mutual, like we're just mutually interested in that. And I'm gonna have to ask Becky if she knows anything about Workforce Solutions on campus. I don't think they're there currently, are they?
I would have to defer to Thomasina. I don't think I haven't seen them, but I also haven't checked every day either. So, but Thomasina will.
Yeah.
Thank you, President Raleigh and members of the board. WIOA and Workforce Solutions are our partners, and we have a signed MOU in exchange for services for the same intent and outcome of serving our students. They have been on campus probably WIOA a bit more than Workforce Solutions, but the partnership is there. And so they have a shared space, if you will, right next to our career services, and we're calling it our career services alleyway. They do have 2 private offices, but again, that's part of the MOU that we signed and provided for them in exchange for their services and helping us with our students and providing that extra resource. It's been extremely beneficial. So there is not a lease agreement tied to it. It's strictly an MOA.
Great. And for things like that, do we capture how many of our students they're actually serving? Like, is there check-in periods to show that the relationship is progressing in the way that we intended for it to?
Member Quintana, when we were on campus, it was happening a bit more as far as the check-ins and the total number of contacts. But there is a shared collaboration and the shared presentations, if you will, between our career services counselor and, let's say, Ted from Workforce Solutions. But we do know that we have a number of our students, and I can get that number for you. I don't have it right off the top of my head. A number of our students who are receiving WOIA funds, which helps fund tuition and fees for our students to attend our programs. So we can provide that information for you. Again, it was more hands-on when we were here. Now that we're virtual, it's a matter of sharing and really making sure that we stay connected and doing those gentle handoffs.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I think if we're giving space in collaboration, I think it would be really nice to see if our students are how our students are accessing the services, how frequently, and what those outcomes are. That would be really helpful.
Definitely. I'll get something together for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good questions. Anything else on public service? Okay. Moving on to bookstore and auxiliary, under our auxiliaries now we just have the bookstore, and you can see there we have about $187,000, a little over that amount in net gain there, and a lot of that is snacks, but I think we still have to submit payment to Barnes and Noble, so that number will change quite a bit. After we make that payment, so to be continued on that one. We'll see if that invoice shows up for next the next time we meet to review these financials. And so plant fund. Oh, this is the one with the calculation at the bottom of this report, a little funky, but ultimately the main story here is that under revenue bonds, you can see that we've spent 2.3 million under the revenue bond column, and that is the funds available for the energy performance contract. So that's well underway, and I think we've spent most of those, quite a bit of those funds that we had available there. At local bonds, we've had expenditures of $626,103 this fiscal year through the first quarter. And, those are all the facility projects that are continuing. Under state bonds, we've spent down a little over $30,000 there. And we've received all of the revenue. For those, of course, we have to spend those first and then we get reimbursed for the state. So that's why you see the equivalent revenues and expenses there. And then under, let's see here. We should have about a little over $11 million. So it's like $11.1 million in reserve funds. So those funds are under the column institutional monies unrestricted. And so that's where we house those cash reserves. And so that amount will meet the requirement for that policy amendment. And so we'll be well situated in that area of our financial situation for the college. And moving on from that, I don't know, was there any questions on plant fund? Pretty straightforward, still early in the year. September is the first quarter, so. Here we have the outstanding receivables for grants, and it's been pretty consistent at that $2 million mark. And a lot of it really, if you look, is under the SBA and CARES, SBA and the PTAC programs. Those are the federal grants that we have to the college, and that's a little bit over $1 million there in outstanding receivable. We've been knocking on the door frequently to our federal folks, and they just tell us that they're pretty behind in terms of reimbursements because of all things COVID. So all we can do is keep on trying to ask when those funds are going to be reimbursed to the college. And so our grants office is continuously doing that there. So once we get those outstanding receivables, it'll knock down our outstanding AR, accounts receivable for grants, down to that $1 million mark that we usually see.
Nick, what are those? What's PTAC and SBA?
That's for the SBDC program. That's the federal money. And so PTAC is procurement, technical advisors, and that's some federal funding that we get for the SBDC program, where they advise small businesses in New Mexico how to do business with the federal government. They provide training on that and how to do procurement with the federal government. So that's that one. And then the SBA is just the Small Business Administration for other activities at SBDC. So we use these monies, these dollars match the state money that we get in our state legislative appropriation for RPSP, for SBDC, which is, I think it's a little over $4 million a year. And the amount we get for SBDC in that $4 million amount is an overmatch to what we get from the feds on this. And so together, that's the two funding streams that SBDC uses to provide a lot of small business training throughout the state. And that's it for the most part. That's the financials for September. So ultimately, things look fairly good.
Any other questions on the financials? Okay, this is an action item. So we'll need a motion for approval of the September financials.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Okay, thank you.
Motion passes. Next item is approval of the TouchNet agreement number 08/22. And everybody has to read the first line of this, of the cover letter. I don't know if you've got the cover letter here on the screen from the
And it's not, they're not doing yours thing quite yet, so if you could stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, we're not ready for Trio yet. We have to get TouchNet. Here it is. Oh, I love this. This is great. You want to know what this is about? I'm going to tell you. It's an inbound payment solution that encompasses integrated functionality. Okay? All in favor?
We have Corey Bergen here, our Chief Information Officer, to translate that for us. Luckily.
Translation. I love it just like it is, because you can apply that to just about anything, you know? I mean, you know, shopping at Walmart, or, you know, whatever. But go ahead, Corey, let's translate it.
Yeah, this just to, I'm gonna kick it over to Corey because she's the one that really knows about this stuff, but I'm just gonna say what I know about it is it's very, very, very important to how we receive a lot of student payments to the college, and you know, have the ability to have students pay on their account. So with that, that's the intro, and I'll kick it over to Corey.
Yeah, don't confuse us with details.
All right.
That's the first sentence, the first line. Go ahead, Corey.
Chair Sullivan, sorry, Corey, this is Pierre. I have to leave. I have an emergency, so I'm gonna log off.
But you're gonna miss my exciting payment gateway.
Sorry,
Okay,
Corey.
Claire.
That's okay, I'm teasing. I hope everything's all right. So Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, thank you for your time this afternoon. Just to clarify what this is in a nutshell, the payment gateway allows SFCC to process payments for students, process refunds, and allows students to configure payment plans. We use this service both for our credit students and our continuing education students, although I don't believe that continuing education can do payment plans. As this is a really critical service, as Nick mentioned, and very costly, we decided to complete an RFP. So a team from OIT Finance, Continuing Ed, Financial Aid, and I hope I'm not forgetting anyone, got together to write this RFP and issue it with the help of purchasing. After a lot of discussion and effort, they decided to select TouchNet, which is a very common provider for college payment gateway services. They're probably the most commonly used across the state. One of the primary reasons that we selected this provider is that they are able to handle both Lumens, which is our continuing ed registration service, and Ellucian Banner without much technical effort on our part. So we don't have to build our own integration to allow this to occur. So basically this meets all of our requirements that we have for a payment gateway processing service. It allows us to create the reports we need. It allows us to alert students when their bills are due, meets all the requirements of the finance office for reporting and payment processing, allows for online processing. So we're hoping that you'll sign off on a 4-year agreement for this service. We did write in the ability to extend it if needed. This time around, we selected a shorter agreement simply because of the influence of the new ERP. You know, this is probably an opportunity for shared contracting along with the other colleges. So I didn't want to trap us into a contract that was too long if we decide to collectively agree to a software in the near future. So thank you. And do you have any questions? It's not as complicated as it may sound, but.
Corey, is there a provision in the contract, I didn't see it right at all, that if we want to cancel the contract in fewer than 4 years, that we can do that without penalty?
Is John here? That's John's realm. I don't.
Yeah,
recall.
John is, he's having, he's in the emergency room with his son, so he wasn't able to be here, but let's see here. I thought that it was in here, but I'm gonna have to look real quick.
Boy, this is some contract.
Yeah, you. You ain't half through it yet.
Yeah, these software companies, they have pretty elaborate contracts, always.
And these contracts have been reviewed by legal, have they not?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a lot of this boilerplate, and sometimes it gets you into some trouble. Usually the termination provisions are near the end, but I don't remember seeing them. There it is. Termination for breach.
Yeah, there's termination for breach term.
Well,
No, I didn't see it there. Usually.
I know that we also issue them a PO when, we do these contracts and we have specific terms and conditions in our purchase orders that normally allow us to.
Well, I'm looking at the last sentence in 8.3. It says, in the event of an early termination by client, not due to a breach by TouchNet, all fees that would otherwise have been payable to TouchNet during the remainder of the term will become immediately due and payable by the client. So that sounds to me, if because of the chess or something, we decide on another provider after, let's say, it's 2 years, sounds to me like we owe them another 2 years of this contract.
I would not expect that to happen, although I understand your concern, so I apologize for not having an answer. We expect to be using our current ERP in its current available state for a minimum of 4 years. So even if we've migrated students within that time frame, we would probably keep the entire system up and running. So I don't expect that to happen, but I guess, Nick, is there some possibility that we can add that in, or simply
We can definitely negotiate that to see if.
If I were in charge of it, that's pretty ominous.
It sounds like that we need to check with them and look at that. I mean, Corey is very likely right that we will not be able to stop using TouchNet for 4 years. But in the event that a miracle happened and we were way ahead of schedule,
right.
We would want to figure out a way to extricate ourselves without having to pay the full contract.
I will tell you, under force majeure, it says that one of the events beyond everyone's control is a pandemic. We might already be there.
Yeah, we could probably go back and rely upon that part. But yeah, I don't know what the board would like to do, but we can, if it's.
Perhaps we don't want to delay this, perhaps we can approve it with the proviso that the last sentence in 8.3 be stricken.
Definitely.
All right.
On one,
Say again?
I'm positive is that this represents quite a large cost savings over what we are currently paying, which I didn't mention. It's still expensive, but.
Okay.
Chairman.
Oh, who else?
Oh, Chairman, I have a couple questions.
Oh, go ahead, Jody.
So, we've already been using this, and for how long?
Yes, we've been using this product. I couldn't say the exact date, but the current contract, I believe, was an 8-year contract.
Oh, okay. So we've been using it quite a while. So we understand the expenses associated with it?
Yes, and it's budgeted for already.
Okay. Because I think it's section 12, talks about end-to-end encryption, and that we have to pay for that with a purchase order, which I'm assuming is over and above the costs that are at the end of the contract. Is that correct? Excuse me? Oh, do you want me to
Oh,
repeat?
sorry. No, what section was it? I apologize.
Section 12 there. Let's see, next one down, point-to-point encryption service. So that takes the PII, right, and encrypts it from point to point. And they talk about, where is it? Maybe fourth. Yeah, TouchNet will ship hardware upon receipt of the purchase order. And if client, the next sentence, which I think is 5, if client elects to purchase the validated point-to-point encryption services, the services shall co-terminate with the term of the agreement. So, let's see. I'm looking to see where it said it was a purchase order. I thought they were saying the encryption service was a purchase order, but maybe not.
So this seems to be related to the hardware devices. So the actual like credit card swipe machines.
Yeah, so the data, right, turns it into data. Data has to be encrypted because it's PII, goes from one point to the other where it's stored or utilized. And so I was just, have we had a cost for that?
I will find out if that's included. We were not including any new hardware in this. So this would be if we purchase new hardware from my understanding, but I will double check with the vendor.
Okay, well, it does mention hardware, but it mostly talks about the point-to-point encryption, which is probably required with PII.
Yes, and so the actual software that students participate in, that is encrypted. So the cloud service that we use would be completely encrypted. I think what this is referring to is if you use the payment swipe like at a cashier's office. So it is a relevant question.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you could, I just am wondering if there's more costs than reflected, so. Thank you.
So do we get some answers to this question?
So, Mr. Chair, the only worry that I have is that with a lot of these software companies, they're really not very flexible in changing up their, the terms. And so in the event they don't agree to eliminating that sentence, would you want us to bring it back to you to let you know what we found from them, or?
Well, if necessary, you could bring it back to the work session on November 10th. We could add that to the agenda. If it's a time problem.
Okay, if we can't get them to do that, we'll bring it back to you and then communicate what we learned in the sort of negotiation on it, and
They want some payment of a year's.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm noticing in here that there's a TouchNet order form, and maybe we can spell that out in the order form, because it does say that the software could be subject to the terms identified in the TouchNet order form in the event of a conflict. So,
Well, let's structure this then for an approval based on the ability to eliminate the conditions in the last sentence of paragraph 8.3. And if that's not possible, that the contract will come back to the board for approval at the next available meeting.
okay.
Is that okay? So I'd make that motion for the board's consideration. Is there a second?
Could you just restate that real quick?
Sure. Scroll back up if you would, Nick, or Corey, to 8.3.
Sure thing.
Okay. The motion is that for approval of the TouchNet contract, with the proviso that the last the last sentence, excuse me, of paragraph 8.3 be stricken.
Got it. I second that.
Okay. All right, I won't go any further, except to say that it's not an agreement, then we don't have a contract that's an agreement, and so bring it back to the board at the next available board meeting. So there's a second in the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Linda?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-0. Here is excused.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Corey, for working on that. Let's talk about next, the TRIO Upward Bound grant application.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry to jump ahead of Corey there. Chairman Sullivan, President Rowley, members of the board. I am attempting to share my screen here. Oh, great. Okay. All right. I'm here today to talk about our TRIO Upward Bound grant application. Just a little background about TRIO programs. TRIO is a collection of U.S. Department of Education funded college opportunity programs, really designed to support low-income, first-generation, and students with disabilities, and helping them pursue a college degree. There's more than 3,100 TRIO programs in the country, serving over 800,000 participants. We currently have a TRIO Student Support Services program that's very successful. And we also have partnered with Northern New Mexico College, and they recently were awarded an Educational Opportunity Center, and we'll be hosting one of their advisors on our campus. So we're very excited about that. And then below, here's a list of other TRIO programs. A lot of people just call it TRIO, but there's a bunch of programs within TRIO. So here's some key information about the Upward Bound grant. The project purpose is to give students the skills and motivation necessary to complete high school and enter a college program, and any college program, not necessarily ours, but any college. And we target low-income first generation and students who have an identified academic need for support and are at risk of failing high school. We're looking for the grant to be due sometime in December. The RFP has not come out. The minimum award is $257,000, but we're hoping they'll be awarding up to about $275,000 this year, and they allow us to take 8% indirect costs. Here's a list of all of the required services, and we'll be providing these services to a group of a minimum of 60 high school students. And it's really helping them succeed in high school and get ready for college. So our current plan of operation, we're looking to partner with Capitol High School and serve, as I mentioned, at least 60 students, grades 9 through 12. And here's a kind of the same list of services that we'll be providing. We'll also be providing a 6-week summer program on our campus for Capitol High School Upward Bound participants. And as you can see, this grant aligns really well with our strategic plan as it supports students, particularly underserved students, to keep on their educational pathways on track and to complete guided pathways and advising systems for pathways and to help facilitate their financial aid application. And I am open to any questions.
And how many people, how many students, rather, do we have in TRIO now?
In the SSS program, I don't know exactly. Thomasina, I think you can probably answer that.
Yes, Chairman Sullivan, we have about 160 students right now.
We have 160 students in the current program?
In the current TRIO program, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then this grant application is for 60 more over 5 years? It sounds like that's maybe not enough students.
Our current TRIO grant serves college students. They're already here at SFCC. The Upward Bound grant is looking at high school students and helping them transition through high school, to college in hopes that they attend SFCC. And if not, our goal is to help them attend higher education in general.
Okay, so this is a part of TRIO. This is just the Upward Bound part?
Yes, sir, that is correct, Chairman Sullivan.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's a separate grant application process. And so some colleges have one TRIO grant, but not one of the others, or not two of the others or something. So this would be a brand new grant opportunity for us and give us the opportunity to work with high school students in a pretty intensive way.
Okay, we don't do that now.
No, we do not have an Upward Bound grant right now.
I see. So we're just, I've been at the conferences there at the TRIO lecture room there, and I didn't realize it was only for our current students. Okay.
And it's confusing because, as Ann said, everybody uses TRIO to mean the Student Support Services grant, but it's a broader term for multiple types of grants that you can apply for.
Sounds like a great thing, and I noticed that it includes helping people with the FAFSA, and that's worth $257,000 a year right there. So, additional questions for Ann?
And would this involve hiring personnel beyond the faculty that we currently have at the college?
So yes, we don't have our staffing plan totally worked out, but we're looking to have a project director and also have a student achievement coach, along with peer mentors and also tutors for the high school students. That would be paid 100% by the grant.
Okay.
Other questions for Ann? All right, this is an information item, so good luck.
Yes, good luck.
Thank you.
Sounds like a wonderful idea to complement the other things we're doing at the high school.
Our next item on the information agenda is the Lano Data Sprint project, which I believe Yash is going to tell us about.
Give me 1 second as I'm trying to get to the page. There it is. Okay. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, President Rowley, it is my pleasure to share some information about the recent data sprint project that we completed within the last couple of months. To give you a quick background, in spring 2021, Lano solicited some sort of proposals to do a community project where their data scientists would be willing to do some data analysis for different community organizations. We applied, and so does our colleagues, Northern New Mexico College applied for a possible ways to predict student success before the course of the completion of a semester. Now, in terms of predictive analytics, there's a lot of research nationally that's available to just give you some context about this particular project. One important research that I think is important for everybody is to know that CCRC, the Community College Research Center nationally, has done some amazing research using 500,000 students over 75 colleges in 3 states to see what are some important predictors of student success, right? The challenge, of course, is many times when we look at data, student data in particular, we're finding out after they leave the college, after they actually had some sort of challenges, or after they haven't actually completed the degree. And so the issue there is that, it's too late by the time they leave colleges, right? It's too late after they actually leave SFCC. So the researchers looked at what would actually, when you're trying to replicate success, what are the factors? And they found 13 of them. And so what you can see from the right-hand slide is that in the first year, if they completed any one of these 13 items, the chance of success increased. And so one of the big items there is whether or not the students actually complete college credits. And so this is tied directly to your decision as a board to have a flat tuition between 12 and 18 credit hours, right? Because more credit hours students complete within the first year gives them the opportunity to be successful and complete their degrees in the long run. The other items relating to student success are involved with whether or not students complete their math and English, their college level math and English, let me be specific there, within the first year. And that actually also is an indicator of student success. So the next slide, this slide right here shows what is the biggest indicator, or what is the most important factors for students to actually complete their academic credentials on a timely matters. And you can see that.
I have a question. If you go back.
Sure.
Those 13 ENMs, are they in order of potential success?
No, those are not. Thank you, Chair Sullivan. This is not in any order of importance. These all 13 items are important, and this slide shows you what's the biggest impact, right? And so you can see that the one at the bottom, completing 30 credit hours in the first year has the biggest indicators of students to be successful. But all of them are actually important, right? So the baseline is 32%. So the way to read this chart is that, generally speaking, there's about 32% chance that students will complete their academic credentials. If they completed in the college level English within the first year, that increases to 46%. If they completed college level math in the first year, that increases to 58%. And it sort of goes on based on that. Now, so this was sort of the vision when we approached Solano about doing some sort of predictive analytics. And, the process was really, fulfilling the call for proposals, talking with the Lano scientists, a lot of data merging and data cleanup, and then doing data analysis by various Lano team, right? Which they use a number of different kind of statistical analysis to figure out what's happening here. What you might find interesting and surprising is the biggest time they really spent was really in the area of the data cleanup and data merging, in part because our data integrity is pretty good, but when you combine it with another institutions, there's some additional work that needs to be done there. And so to give you some examples of type of statistical analysis they did, this sort of starts to goes beyond my expertise. So hopefully I'm not misrepresenting their presentations, but one thing they did was something called a non-negative matrix factor. Sorry?
I'm just laughing at the term non-negative. They don't want to say positive. They just say non-negative.
What do they say positive?
Yeah, I don't know where they come up with the names. I'm just repeating what they told me. So non-negative matrix factorization, right? And so it basically learns from parts of an object to create a complete picture. So, we may not have, for example, all of the students' information, right? For a good example is not everybody fills out a FAFSA. So we don't have the information's income level, but we might have somebody else's income level. And so what they do in this particular analysis is sort of look at a similar students and then make a very rough approximation. So, okay, if John over there made around, in their FAFSA, their EFC is about $5,000, and then this person who has the exact same or pretty close to same criteria must have roughly, assuming probably around $5,000 EFC as well. So they make some assumptions there, right? Quite complex computer stuff that really goes beyond my understanding there. So And so this is some of the results of that particular analysis. And what they have found was something that we already knew, right? Age, difference between age and high school, so meaning like how old they are when they actually entered college, impacted their chance of success, meaning that if there was a lot of years in between high school graduation and coming back to school, that had a negative impact. Of course, the cost of tuition impacted, household side impacted, all these different things impacted the student's ability to be successful. And then the figure on the right-hand side talks about how if the students register for more courses, then they're more likely to succeed, right? And that's actually consistent with the national research that talks about how if students have more credit hours, then the chance of completion increases. So it was good to see some of the national research reflected in the local level data. Another example, I mean, they did lots of different kinds of analysis. I'm just giving 2 examples here, but this is association rule money. And the way to think about this is like, have you ever gone to a restaurant where you only order this one thing if you order this other thing, right? Like I used to go to a restaurant where I only go there if I wanted to order 2 things as a set. And so looking at one thing individually, you might not realize that it's actually important on their menu, but once you combine it with something else, you realize the layers of importance there. So what they found from doing that particular research was that, I'm sorry. So factors like, they looked over 50 variables, and factors like not passing courses in the first semester, whether or not they're independent, whether or not they had a high need, all those things impacted the student's ability to be successful. And so they really recommended that we really work on FAFSA completion, making sure students have more support for this so they could be successful.
What's an independent student on the FAFSA? Is that one that's already past 23 years?
So independence, but yeah, when they're actually, there's no parental support, so they're actually independent student, meaning that they're past that age where they're actually somebody's dependent. And so what this really is a good taster on what the future of using data to improve student success looks like. There's many really predictive analytics softwares and services out there nationally, and this is sort of the place that higher education needs to go next in order to be successful in serving our students. We need to be at a place where we help students when it's just in time rather than it's too late. And this is where predictive analytics can really come in handy. But at the same time, that also means that there's a stronger importance that we got to place on data integrity and data governance structures, especially as we move forward with our ERP projects, so that we can make sure that we're acting on the correct data to assist our students. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Questions for Yash? This looks amazingly like systems engineering to me. And I never did well in systems engineering. Questions on the Lionel Sprint project? I guess not, Yash. I guess everyone understands it.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question, Yash, is this something that's continuing with Lionel folks?
This was a one-time deal, although in the future we may build on our successes to get to that next point. So, this was also a pilot project for Lionel for doing a project like this. But there's no plan currently, but if the application opens up again, then we may approach them and say, hey, let's build on this research and go further.
Right. And meanwhile, of course, you could do that kind of non-negative data analysis, right?
I'm not necessarily the non-negative one, but we could definitely use that 13 factors for student success, create a dashboard, make it available to our advisors, faculty members, staff members, so that we're assisting students as best as we can.
Right. Thank you.
One question I had, Yash, is when you were merging data, you talked about working on the data. Were you including data from other schools or just from Santa Fe Community College?
Thank you for that question. Yes, it was actually a combined data set with Northern and SFCC. So this was sort of a good experience for us as we move with the ERP process, and we're going to be combining, well, not combining, but potentially having 5 different schools or more data sets available in the system. So if we end up creating some sort of a data analytic tools, one thing that I definitely learned that having a strong process of data integrity, data governance, all that's going to be crucial for us to be successful there.
But this one was only with 2 schools.
This was only with 2 schools, yeah, just us and Northern.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the strategic planning update.
Okay, I will share my screen briefly to give you a view of what we are working on. This is a streamlined view of what you have in your packet, actually.
The biggest advantage is that this thing has reduced in size, so.
Yes, this is a small view, and I apologize for that. Hopefully you can refer to what you have, although I can also make it larger and scroll up and down if that helps.
So I mean, the number of KPIs and so forth are consolidated now.
Yes. Yes, let me do a quick overview of what you're looking at. Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley. This is the revised strategic plan for 2021 to 2022. And you may recall the previous year's plan, it was very similar to this. In that same plan, we had these 3 strategic priorities: support our students, partner with our community, and build our college capacity. And then we have a number of goals, 9 of them that support those strategic priorities. We also, it goes on to talk about these 20 initiatives. And then what I'm not showing here, but what's included in your packet is the proposed KPIs and the areas that are responsible for each of these KPIs. But I wanted to just give you an overview of these. This is, like I said, very similar to last year, although we have added some additional institutional high priority initiatives to this. For the most part, I would say these are Title V initiatives. These are things that, again, you've seen before, the complete the guided pathways, which includes the academic piece of pathways, case management, advising, scheduling, those kinds of things. We also have an OER piece in here that's open educational resources that's funded through Title V to help students get low-cost textbooks. There's parts in here related to student wellness that are straight out of Title V. Connecting pathways to transfer opportunities and workforce opportunities. There's a professional development piece that's specifically around teaching, online teaching and learning, cultural awareness, and case management advising, excuse me. And then implementation of our degree audit software. So you'll see all of those noted as Title V initiatives. And the reason that we have so much Title V work in here is that really to show the level of importance and to elevate these projects and make sure that there's an institutional level attention and support given to these projects. And it's also because we really need the Title V initiatives to be institutionalized and to not just disappear when the grant funding appears. We need to make sure that, you know, these are projects that are going to really support the work of the college over the long haul. So that's why you see so much Title V in here. But we do also have other things which, you know, are very important right now institution-wide. The CHESS shared services, of course, is a huge project for almost every department on campus. We also have an enrollment management initiative in here, FAFSA completion, direct student financial aid. All of these things, I believe, work together to help us meet these goals and really address these three strategic priorities. This is again for your review. We're in the process of creating action plans for each of these items with the areas responsible for them and refining the KPIs. And that'll get us back on track this year for, our normal process of kind of wrapping things up after the academic year and then starting a new planning cycle next summer. With that, I stand for any questions.
Questions for Julie?
Well, please,
Okay, right on, continue the march. George, you had a question?
comment. Julie, I'm pleased to see there are no non-negatives in here.
None at all.
We don't do non-negatives.
That sounds positive to me.
All right, thank you for that update, Julie.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Let's move on to item 12. We don't have any policy amendments or additions to talk about in this meeting, so we'll go on to item 13, board reports, discussion, and other business. Start with George. Anything you want to report?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Was there something that you had in mind that I should report?
No, it's entirely up to you.
Okay, just checking.
Okay. Let's see, Pierre is already gone. Jody, anything to report to the board?
No, Chair. Nothing to report to the board, but I do have a request. Earlier on this meeting, we talked about, I believe it was Chris mentioned the continuing education annual report. And I was wondering if we might be able to get a copy of that for our own kind of edification. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Linda, are you still on?
I'm still here. I can't have my picture up because it's too iffy, but I don't have anything to report.
Okay. Becky?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't think I do have anything to report, but I will, Member Pugh, track down that annual report for contract training. I'm sure there's one that you could look at a prior year one if you wanted to, and then we'll send a new one when it comes out.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and you probably have all seen, if not, Linda can get it for you, that Senator Stefanik sent out a LFC education committee report about where the monies are looking like they'll be going this year in the legislature. So it's a fairly long report, but the prognosis is that they do have quite a bit of money to spend. So that's good news, hopefully, for Santa Fe Community College. Okay, announcement of our next board meetings. The work session will be November 10th, starting at 1 o'clock. We will have some time at the beginning for an executive closed session, and then following that will be an open session where we'll be talking about all the alternatives to improve enrollment, some of which we talked about today. But we need to talk about them in a global manner that gives us some direction. It gives some direction to the college as to where we need to spend our money, where we need to spend our time and efforts. There's always a lot of options, and we want to hear all those options, and then we want to somehow, at least in our minds, prioritize them. So that'll be kind of a blue sky session, but we want to lay everything out there because nationwide, in this last 2 years, enrollment has gone down throughout the colleges, 4-year and 2-year, by 21%, which pretty well matches where it's going down for us. So this is not just our problem. this is a lot of problems, and a lot of people have had discussions about it, but unfortunately, from what I can read and hear, very few solutions about it. So we're trying to put together on our own little microcosm some solutions. So that'll be November 10th. And then,
Chairman Sullivan?
yes, go ahead.
Is that November 10th meeting virtual or in person?
That'll be virtual.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then on
And Jack, let me also ask, are we gonna send out to the board some agenda and some plan for that meeting?
we're working on the agenda now. Yeah.
Okay.
We've just been putting together. Becky's going to give a little update on what's it called?
Yeah.
Mosaica, yeah.
Mosaica.
Yeah.
As an option to I don't want to say get around the state, but it's an option to do things that are innovative. And so we'll have a little discussion about that. And then on December 1st, we'll have our annual joint meeting with the Santa Fe Community College Foundation. And then once we conclude that joint meeting with the foundation, and you'll be getting an agenda on that, and Deborah's working on that as well as along with George. Then we'll have a shorter regular meeting on December 1st, because we won't have any end of November meeting. That's Thanksgiving time. And we won't have any end of December meeting either, because the college will be closed. So these will be the last two meetings of the calendar year. Any questions about upcoming meetings? No? If not, then we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, second. There's always one to say, I know.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, aye.